peux vérifier le tien?
J'ai pas de raison. Ah, une seconde.
La vie est pleine d'imprévus. On ne peut pas toujours prévoir ce qui arrive. En plus, c'est pour ça que je garde l'empreinte de 988, la ligne d'aide en cas de fuite de suicide du Canada. N'importe qui peut appeler ou texter 988 en tout temps pour obtenir le soutien confidentiel gratuit d'un intervenant qualifié.
C'est ça.
C'est bon à savoir, parce que n'importe qui peut passer à travers une période de crise. Gardez ce numéro à portée de main, au cas où.
French novelist in the style of literary realism. Flatworm, a surname. Flowers, plural of flat. Flapper, a flat spade used in peat cutting. Flappers, plural of flat. Alone, provide with flaunching. Flaunching, alternative form of flame. Flaunches, plural of flaunt. Launching, present participle and gerund of flaunt. Launching, plural of flaunting. Launting, a village in civil parish of Dankora Borough, England OS grid ref GL 0100. Launder, archaic form of Flanders. Launder, flooding. Flut, to wave or flutter smartly in the wind. Flaunting, past participle of flaunt. Flaunter, someone who flaunts. Flaunters, plural of flaunter. Flauntus, second. Person singular simple present indicative of flaunt. Flaunted, third person singular simple present indicative of flaunt. Flaunted, comparative form of flaunty or flaunty. Flauntiest, superlative form of flaunt, most flaunty. Flaunted, in a flaunty manner. Flauntyness. The state's quality or condition of being flaunted. Flaunting, present participle and gerund of flaunt. Flaunting, meaning. Flaunty manner. Flauntingness, the quality of being flaunted. Flauntings, plural of flaunting. Flaunt, third person singular simple present indicative of flaunt. Flaunting, flaunting, showy, meretricious. Flaunt, a type of fried cylindrical tortilla or taco. Flautando, fuvai. Flautas, plural of flauta. Flautine, plural of flautino. Flautino, any of several high-pitched woodwind instruments, including the zufolo, sopranino recorder, and piccolo. Flautinos, plural of flautino. Flautus, one who plays the flute. Flautists, plural of flautus. Flavor, flavorine, an alkaloid derived from alcohol. Flavectomes, plural of flavectomy. Flavectomy, removal of a ligamentum flavum. Flavido, the exact verb in citruses. Flavidos, plural of flavido. Flavel, a surname. Flavonoid, alternative spelling of flavonoid. Flavonoids, plural of flavonoid. Flavescent, a phytoplasma disease of grapevines. Flavescent, yellowish in color or turning yellow. Flavescent, a coloring matter obtained from oak. Flavsum, the insecticidal cyclic pentaene 2,2,4,4 tetramethyl 6,2-methylpropanol cyclohexane. Bundle of 5-trione residues in essential oils. Lalin, a female given names from Latin, quite rare in England. Latium, a word pertaining to the Flavian dynasty between the years 69 and 96 AD. Flavians, plural of flavi. Flavi, yellow. Flavi, a female given name from French. Flavin, a surname from Irish. Flavinate, to react with a flavin. Flavinated, simple past and past participle of flaviate. Flavinates, third person singular simple present indicative of flavinate. Flavination, the reaction of a protein. And a flavin to form a flavoprotein. Flavin, a pale yellow substance isomeric with indin and indigo blue, produced by the action of potash on indin. Flavi, a female given name from French. Flavines, plural of flavine. Flavonoid, synonym of flavonoid. Flavonoids, plural of flavonoid. Flavins, plural of flavin. Flavinyl, a univalent radical derived from a flavin. Flavinylate, to modify by the addition of a flavinyl group. Flavinilated, modified by the addition of a flavinyl group. Flavinylation, any reaction that adds a flavinyl group. Flaviolate, the naphtha non-derivative 4,5,7-trihydroxynaphthalene, 1,2-butyl. Flaves, male given name. Flaviviral, a form pertaining to flavivirus. Flaviviric, any member of the Flaviviridae. Flavivirid, plural of flavivir. Flavivirology, flaviviral virology. Flavivirus, any arbovirus of the genus Flavivirus, many of which are transmitted by ticks or mosquitoes. Flaviviruses, plural of flavivirus. Flavo, related to, containing, or composed of flavin. Flavobacteria, plural of flavobacterium. Flavobacterial, relating to flavobacteria. Flavobacteriosis, plural of flavobacteriosis. glycoside, the glycoside of a flavin. Flavoglycosides, plural of flavoglycoside. Flavohemoglobin, alternative form of flavohemoglobin. Flavohemoglobins, plural of flavohemoglobin. Flavohemoglobin, a flavoprotein related to hemoglobin. Flavohemoglobins, plural of flavohemoglobin. Flavohemoprotein, a hemoprotein containing flavin that functions as a nitric oxide dioxygenase. Flavohemoprotein, plural of flavohemoprotein. Flavocavein, any of a class of cavernoids found in the kava plant. Flavocaveins, plural of flavocavein. Flavokawain, alternative form of flavokawain. Flavokawains, plural of flavokawain. Flavokinase, riboflavin kinase. Flavokinases, plural of flavokinase. Flavol, a flavonoid obtained from anthraquinone. Flavolignin, misspelling of flavonolignin. Flavomycin, synonym of vancomycin. Flavon, a particle with a specific flavor. Flavonal, relating to or composed of flavones. Flavone, any of a class of tricyclic aromatic heterocyclic ketones, especially the naturally occurring flavonoids. Flavones, plural of flavone. Flavonal, of or relating to flavones. Flavonol, any compounds that are plant metabolites being formally derived from flavone. They have antioxidant properties and sometimes contribute to flavor. Flavonoid, relating to flavonoids. Flavonoid, relating to or having the structure of a flavonoid. Flavonoids, plural of flavonoid. Flavanol, any of several flavonoids that have a 3-hydroxyflavone backbone. Flavonolide, relating to or composed of flavonols. Flavonolic, any flavonoid lignin. Flavonolignin, plural of flavonolignin. Flavonolide, any flavonoid derived from a flavanol. Flavonolides, plural of flavonolides. Flavonols, plural of flavanol. Flavonon, misspelling of flavanol. Flavonoscopy, a stilbenoid chemically related to flavonoid. Flavons, plural of flavon. Flavoxidase, a flavonzyme oxidase. Flavoxidases, plural of flavoxidase. Flavopyridol, misspelling of flavopyridol. Flavophospholipol, vancomycin. Flavopyridol. Alvacidin, flavoprotein, any of a group of enzymes containing flavin that act as dehydrogenases. Flavoproteins, plural of flavoprotein. Flavoperfurin, substance added to a food product to enhance its taste, especially to make it taste more savory or to add umami. Flavor enhancers, plural of flavor enhancer. Flavor fatigue, the situation where a person tires of a frequently consumed food or drink because its flavor has become uninteresting. Flavor of the month, synonym of flavor of the week. Flavor of the road, local ice cream, often made using coconut milk and sold by street hawkers. Flavor of the week, a fad, someone or something that is held in esteem or receives attention for a short amount of time. Flavor text, text printed on a card or within the rulebook of a tabletop game or a menu in a video game which does not affect the game's mechanics, but gives background information on characters, places, etc. to enhance the game's atmosphere. Flavor text, plural of flavor text. Flavor up, to add flavor to something, to make something more flavorful. Flavoring, flavoring agent. Flavorants, plural of flavoring. Flavor dynamics, the theory of the weak interaction in quantum physics. Flavor, U.S. standard spelling of flavor. Flavored up, simple past and past participle of flavor up. Flavored uptake, any enzyme that catalyzes the reduction of a flavor. Flavored upcases, plural of flavored upcases. Flavor, one who or that which flavors. Flavors, plural of flavors. Flavorful, full of flavor. Flavorfully, in a flavorful manner. Flavoided, a particular disintegrity. Flavoring, something that gives flavor, usually a food ingredient. Flavoring up, present participle and gerund of flavor up. Flavorings, plural of flavoring. Flavorist, a scientist who develops flavors. Flavorists, plural of flavorist. Flavorize, to add flavor to something. Flavorize, simple past and past participle of flavorize. Flavorizer, a flavoring agent for use in food, etc. Flavorizers, plural of flavorizer. Flavorizers, third person singular simple present indicative of flavorize. Flavor. Horizon, present participle and gerund of flavorize. Flavorless, lacking taste or flavor, without seasoning, spice, or discernible qualities of taste. Flavorlessly, in a flavorless way. Flavorlessness, the state or condition of being flavorless, lack of flavor. Flavorous, having flavor, flavorsome. Flavors, third person singular simple present indicative of flavor. Flavors of the month, plural of flavor of the month. Flavors of the week, plural of flavor of the week. Flavors up, third person singular simple present indicative of flavor up. Flavor some, characterized or marked by flavor s, flavorful. Flavorsomely, in a flavorsome manner. Flavorsome. Alternative spelling of flavorlessness. Flavorous. Alternative spelling of flavorous. Flavors. Plural of flavor. Flavors of the month. Plural of flavor of the month. Flavors of the week. Plural of flavor of the week. Flavorsome. British Standard spelling of flavorsome. Flavorsomely. Alternative form of flavor. Flavorsomness. Alternative form of flavors. Somness. Flavor-wise. In terms of flavor. Flavoring. Possessing flavor. Flavorzyme. A peptidase preparation made from aspergillus oryzine. Flevex. Yellow. Flavivirus. The spelling of flavivirus. Flaviviruses. Plural of flavivirus. Flavexanthin. A xanthophyll pigment, 5-8 monocoxylutine, found in petals of marigolds and other plants. Flavexate. A particular antimuscarinic used to control bladder spasms. Flavexabin. A saline-coated adhesive, venom of the snake Trimeresurus flavivirides. Flavelium. Picada into now flavilium as the basis of the antecedents. Flaveliums. Plural of flavilium. Funk. To flake. Fragment or shiver. Flaw. Having a flaw or imperfection. Flawness. A state of being flawed. Perfection. Flawful. Full of flaws, flawed. Flaw. Present participle and gerund of flaw. Flawless. Without flaws, defects, or shortcomings. Perfect. Flawlessly. In a flawless manner. Flawlessness. A quality of being flawless. Flan. A flan and custard-based dessert. Flans. Plural of flan. Blossom. Plural of flaw. Blossom. Characterized or marked by flaw. Water. To scrape or tear a skin, etc. Water. Simple past. Past participle of water. Watering. Present participle. Open gerund of water. Water. Third person singular simple present indicative of water. Flawed. Full of flaws or cracks. Broken. Defective. Flex. A surname. Lax Burton. A village and civil parish in North Somerset District, Somerset, England. OS Grid Ref SD 5069. Flax bow. A large talisman consisting of an arch of woven twigs with flax cord and beads suspended beneath it. Flax bows. Plural of flax bow. Flax cotton. Flax fibers reduced through steeping, then prepared like cotton through spinning and bleaching. Flax cottons. Plural of flax cotton. flaxenish. Somewhat flaxen. Flaxes, plural of flax. Flax grass, synonym of wild oats. Flax-like, resembling or characteristic of flax. Flaxman, a surname. Flaxseed, the seed of the flax plant, a source of linseed oil. Flaxseed oil, the oil of flaxseed, used as a food source of omega-3 fatty acid. Flaxseed oils, plural of flaxseed oil. Flax seeds, plural of flaxseed. Flaxbeard, goat flax. Flaxbeards, plural of flaxbeard. Flaxwort, any of the flax plants of genus Linen. Flaxworts, plural of flaxwort. Flaky, like flax, flaxen. Flay, a surname. Flay someone alive. Synonym of skin someone alive, castigate someone severely. Flay, circumcise. Flare, one who or that which flays. Flares, plural of flare. Flayest, second person singular simple present indicative of flay. Flay, third person singular simple present indicative of flay. Flaying, present participle and gerund to flay. Flames, plural of flame. Flames, third person singular simple present indicative of flay. Flaison, terrifying. Frightening. Blood alone, a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug. Alcy, initialism of full load. Buchanan. Alcy, plural of FLC. FLD, abbreviation of far as lung disease. FLP, abbreviation of field. FLT. Abbreviation of field. FLAS, initialism of Fundamentalist Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, a Mormon denomination. FLP, plural of FLP. LAF, plural of FLP. LAF, plural of FLP. LEXD, abbreviation of fluid extract. Play, French as a foreign language. French language. Foreign language education. Kite, a small, wingless, parasitic insect of the order Siphnaptera, renowned for its blood-sucking habits and jumping abilities. Fleabat, a disreputable place of accommodation. Fleabags, plural of fleabag. Flea beetle, any of the small jumping beetles of type Altacini of the leaf beetle family. Flea beetles, plural of flea beetle. Flea bomb, an aerosol bomb used to kill fleas. Flea bomb, plural of flea bomb. Store temporary market selling inexpensive antiques, curios, etc. Flea marketer. Alternative form of flea marketer. Flea marketers. Plural of flea marketer. Flea markets. Plural of flea market. Flea pit. A dilapidated building, stereotypically hosting a low-grade cinema. Flea pits. Plural of flea pit. Flea tree. The tree au busy 11. Flea trees. Plural of flea tree. Flea's eyebrows. Synonym. Cat's whiskers. Playback. Alternative form of flea bag. Flea bags. Plural of flea bag. Flea bed. Infested with fleas. Flea brain. Pathetic. Flea flicker. Alternative form of flea flicker. Flea flickers. Plural of flea flicker. Flea lice. Plural of flea louse. Flea louse. Any of various jumping plant lice of the family Psyllidae. Flea market. To sell something or things at a flea market. Flea marketing. Simple past and past participle of flea marketing. Flea marketer. Someone who sells items at flea markets. Someone who flea markets. Flea marketers. Plural of flea marketer. Flea marketing. Present participle and gerund of flea market. Flea markets. Third person singular simple present indicative of flea market. Flea powder. A type of remedy used against the infestation of fleas. Flea-ridden. Infested with fleas. Flaydack. A bed or sleeping bag. Fleabag era. A period in a woman's life characterized by cynicism, despondency, and self-destructive behavior. Fleabag. Shabby, mangy, unkempt. Fleabags. Plural of fleabag. Flaybag. Any of various species of flowering plants in certain genera and family Asteraceae that typically repel insects. Fleabangs. Plural of fleabane. Flea beetle. Alternative form of flea beetle. Flea beetles. Plural of flea beetle. Fleabag. Bite of a flea, or the mark caused by such a bite. Flea bites. Plural of flea bite. Flea. Flea-ridden. Flea-borne. Transmitted by fleas. Flea brain. A stupid or foolish person. Flea brains. Plural of flea brain. Play. Simple past and past participle of flea. Play. An Irish music festival with competitions for the best performance on various instruments. Play is plural of flea. Play. Simple past and past participle especially to treat serious ventricular arrhythmias. Fleta, a surname. Flechas, plural of flecha. Flech, alternative spelling of fletch. Flech, an arrow. Fletch fadier, alternative spelling of fletch fadier. Fletch fadier, a type of decorated spear used by the Canada to adorn their rooftops. Fletch, simple past and past participle of fletch. Fletch, simple past and past participle of fletch. Fletches, plural of fletch. Fletches, plural of fletch. Fletches vadiers, plural of fletch vadiers. Fletches vadiers. Plural of fletch vadiers. Fletch, a small sharp anti-personnel projectile used as shrapnel fired from a shotgun or scattered from an aircraft. Fletchette, alternative form of fletchette. Fletchette, plural of fletchette. Fletchette, plural of fletchette. Fletching, present participle of gerund of fletch. Fletching, present participle gerund of fletch. Fletch, surname. Fletch, containing flex. Fleckenstein, a surname. Fleckenstein, plural of Fleckenstein. The fleck, the spackle. Flecker, simple past and past participle of flecker. Fleckering, present participle and gerund of flecker. Flecker, a dance step involving revolving without moving forward, sometimes used in a Viennese waltz. Fleckers, plural of fleckra. Fleckers, third person singular simple present indicative of flecker. Fleckiness, the quality of being flecky. Flecking, present participle and gerund of fleck. Fleckings, plural of fleck. Fleckes, without flecks, spots, or blemishes. Fleckless, in a fleckless manner. Flecklessness, absence of flecks. Flecknoe, a village in Northcote Parish, Rugby District, Warwickshire, England, OS ref SP 5163. Flex, plural of fleck. Flecky, having flex. Flecknodal, relating to a fleck node. Flecknote, a double point that is also a point of inflection of one branch. Fleck nodes, plural of flecknode. Flexion, alternative spelling of flexion. Flexional, pertaining to flexion, serving to bend or vary, specifically pertaining to the terminal variation of words, inflectional. Fleximus, alternative spelling of fleximus. Flexions, plural for similar animal. Fleece wool. Fleece shorn from the living animal. Fleece wools. Plural of fleece wool. Play supple. Able to be fleeced. Naive and gullible. Fleece. Simple past and past participle of fleece. Fleece a flower. Any of several plants of the genera Fallopian, Persicaria, or Polygon. Fleece of flowers. Plural of fleece of flowers. Leasehold. The charging sort of maintenance fees for people living on private estates. Fleece-like. Without fleece. Fleece-like. Resembling or characteristic of fleece. Fleecer. Person who fleeces. A swindler. Fleecers. Plural of fleecer. Fleeces. Third person singular simple present indicative of fleece. Fleecewear. Apparel into which fleece textile is fabricated. Fleecewear. Clothing made of fleece. Hoi, Guido coax, cajole, induce with fair words flatter. Fleech. Simple past and past participle of fleech. Fleeches. Third person singular simple present indicative of fleech. Fleeching. Present participle and gerund of fleech. Fleechings. Plural of fleeching. Fleechgang. Cajolery, flattery. Waiter. Comparative form of fleecy, more fleecy. Waiter. Superlative form of fleecy, most fleecy. Waiter. In a fleecy Present Fleet Street. Fleet Admiral, the highest rank in the United States Navy, NATO grade of 10, used only during World War Roman II. Fleet Admirals, plural of Fleet Admiral. Fleet Captain, a captain in command of a fleet, convoy, or flotilla. Fleet Captains, plural of Fleet Captain. Fleet Carrier, a large carrier designed to serve with a nation's primary fleet as opposed to smaller classes of carriers such as light carriers and escort carriers. Fleet Carriers, plural of Fleet Carrier. Fleet Footing, alternative form of fleet footed. Fleet Name, a naval fleet which exerts an influence while remaining in port. Fleet Landing, a place along a shoreline used by sailors to go ashore or board a boat. Fleet Landing, plural of Fleet Landing. Fleet Leader, the airframe or component with the longest time in service compared to others of the same design. Fleet Leaders, plural of Fleet Leader. Fleet Marriage, an irregular or clandestine marriage taking place in Fleet Prison in London, England, before the Marriage Act came into force in 1754. Fleet Marriages, plural of Fleet Marriage. Fleet Marshal, a locality, civil parish without a council in Buckinghamshire, England, previously in Aylesbury Vale. Fleet of foot, synonym of fleet foot. Fleet parson, a clergyman based in 1 year in the Fleet Prison would perform fleet marriages, a kind of clandestine marriage. Practice continued up to the 18th century. Fleet parsons, plural of fleet parson. Fleet race, a race in sports sail yachting where a squadron of sailboats race as a fleet against one another on the same course at the same time. Fleet races, plural of fleet race. Fleet racing, a type of sports sail yachting event where a squadron of sailboats race as a fleet against one another on the same course at the same time. The famous Whitbread or Volvo Ocean race is of this type, as is the America's Cup World Series, an extreme sailing series. Fleet Street, a street in Westminster Borough, London, England, that runs from Ludgate Hill to the Strand, formerly the center of English journalism. Fleet Street Dive, a prostitute. Fleet Street Doves, plural of Fleet Street Dove. Fleet to be promoted from within a command or unit, for example, for an officer on the ship to be promoted to commanding officer of the ship. Fleet-footed, alternative form of fleet-footed. Obsolete spelling of fleet. Fleeted, simple past and past participle of fleet. Fleeted up, simple past and past participle of fleet up. Fleeter, comparative form of fleet, more fleet. Fleeters, plural of fleeter. Fleets, plural of fleet. Fleetess, superlative form of fleet, most fleet. Fleet-footed, swift on Flame in response, a behavior in which an animal curls back its upper lip exposing its front teeth, inhales with the nostrils usually closed, and then often holds this position for several seconds. Flame in responses, plural of flame in response. Flamen, simple past and past participle of flamen. Flamene, present participle and gerund of flame. Flamens, third person singular simple present indicative of flaming. Flamen, present participle and gerund of flame. Flames, third person singular simple present indicative of flame. Flake, a surname. Flakes, plural of flame. Flesh, a surname from German. Flescherite, hexagon hexagonal dipyramidal mineral containing germanium, hydrogen, lead, oxygen, and sulfur. Flesser, plural of flesher. Fleshacker, a surname from German. Fleshackers, plural of fleshacker. Flesking, meaty, containing meat. Fleskings, plural of flesking. Fleshman, a surname. Fleshland, a surname. Fleshman, plural of fleshman. Fleshman, plural of fleshman. Flesh, a surname. Flesher, plural of flesh. Flecking, alternative form of flesking. Fleshings, plural of fleshing. Flehe, alternative form of flesking. Fleshix, plural of fleshing. Fleshman, a surname. Fleshmend, plural of fleshman. Flesh kappa, a statistical measure for assessing the reliability of agreement between a fixed flesh kappa. Plural of flesh kappa. Flate, a surname from German. Flateses, plural of flates. Flekkefjord, a town in Weisnettes municipality in Agder County, Norway, formerly part of the county of Vest-Agder. Fleck, ale get a name. Fleck, to drive away, chase off, to ban. Fleyen, simple past and past participle of fleeing. Fleon, third person singular simple present indicative of fling. Flemiflavanon, any of a group of flavanols found in Flaminia stricta, some of which are antibiotics. Flemiflavanons, plural of Flemiflavanon. Fleming, a native or inhabitant of Flanders in Belgium. Fleming County, one of 120 counties in Kentucky, United States. County seat, Flemsburg. Fleming valve, an early kind of vacuum tube. Fleming valves, plural of Fleming valve. Fleming's right-hand rule, a mnemonic that uses the right hand to show the direction of induced current when a conductor moves in a magnetic field. Flamingian stock kept by Amish people in the United States. Flemish horses, plural of Flemish horse. Flemish Sign Language, the sign language used by the deaf community of Flanders. Flemish stitch, a stitch used in making certain kinds of point lace. Flemish, simple past and past participle of Flemish. Blemishes, third person singular simple present indicative of Flemish. Blemishes, present participle and gerund of Flemish. Blemishes, the quality of being Flemish. Blemister, surname. Blemister, plural of Blemister. Bladder, a surname from German. Levers, plural of Lever. Fleming, surname. Lemon, surname. Flemonses, plural of Fleming. What? Town and municipality in Södermanland County, Sweden. Flesh, alternative form of flesh. Flesh, simple past and past participle of flesh. Flenches, third person singular simple present indicative of flesh. Fletcher, present participle and gerund of flesh. Rudder, surname. Letters, plural of letter. Lenike, a surname from Dutch. Lenikens, plural of Lenike. Lenzburg, an independent city in Schleswig-Holstein, Germany. Bless, to strip the blubber or skin from, as from a whale, seal, etc. Blessed, simple past and past participle of flens. Flenser, one who flences cuts blubber from a whale carcass. Flensers, plural of flenser. Flenses, third person singular simple present indicative of flens. Flensing, present participle and gerund of flens. Flensing, plural of flensing. Flaris, a surname. Fleur, a mixed fruit of ruminants, such as sheep and cattle. Flares, plural of fleur. Fleur, a flat earth. Flares, plural of fleur. Flarebuterol, a particular antidepressant drug. Flarafloxacin, a particular fluoroquinolone. Antibiotic. Flaro, a transliteration of the Russian surname Fl Yorove Fl Joro. Fluorovium, the chemical element with atomic number 114. Fluoroxacin, a particular kind of quinolone. Poet, initialism of foreign language in the elementary school. Poet, a surname. Filetes, plural of flesh. Poet, the soft tissue of the body, especially muscle and fat. Flesh and blood, real, substantial. Flesh and bone, synonym of flesh and blood. Flesh and bones, alternative form of flesh and bone. Flesh broth, broth made by boiling meat in water. Flesh broths, plural of flesh broth. Flesh brush, a brush for rubbing the skin to stimulate circulation. Flesh by a human or human body, as opposed to a robot or incorporeal being. Flesh bags, plural of flesh bag. Flesh color, alternative form of flesh color. Flesh color, alternative form of flesh color. Flesh, simple past and past participle of flesh. Fleshed one's maiden sword. Simple past and past participle of flesh one's maiden sword. Fleshed out. Simple past and past participle of fleshed out. Fleshed out. Alternative spelling of fleshed out. Fleshing. To make or become fleshy. Fill out. Fleshing. Simple past and past participle of fleshing. Fleshing. Present participle and gerund of fleshing. Fleshing. Third person, singular simple present indicative of fleshing. A surname. Fleshing. Plural of fleshing. Fleggeth. Plural of flesh. Flesh is one's maiden sword. Third person, singular simple present indicative of flesh one's maiden sword. Flushes out. Third person, singular simple present indicative of flesh out. Flesh fest. A feast or celebration featuring flesh all senses. Flesh fest. Plural of flesh fest. Flesh fly. Plural of flesh fly. Flesh fly. Alternative spelling of flesh fly. Flesher. State or condition of having a form of flesh, incarnation. Fleshhook. Hook designed to lift meat out of boiling water. Flesh hooks. Plural of flesh hook. Flet house. A place where meat is killed or sold. Meat shop. Butcher's shop. Flet houses. Plural of flesh house. Flay. A minifig with a flesh-colored complexion rather than the traditional yellow. Fletting. Comparative form of fleshy, more flashy. Fletties. Plural of fleshy. Flattiest. Superlative form of fleshy, most flesh. Fleshify. Simple past and past participle of fleshify. Fleshifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of fleshify. Fleshify. To make or become flesh, to incarnate. Fleshifying. Present participle and gerund of fleshify. Flesh. In a fleshy manner. Fleshiness. The state or characteristic of being fleshy. Fleckinesses. Plural of fleshiness. Fleshing. Present participle and gerund of flesh. Fleshing one's maiden sword. Present participle and gerund of flesh one's maiden sword. Fleshing out. Present participle and gerund of flesh out. Fleshingers. Flesh-colored tights worn by actors or dancers. Fleshless. Without flesh, lacking flesh, lean. Fleshlessness. The state or condition of being fleshless, absence of flesh. Fleshly. Comparative form of fleshly, more fleshly. Flatlist. Superlative form of fleshly, most fleshly. Fleshlight. A vagina, anus, or mouth Fleshy lupine. Lupinus affinis, an herb of the U.S. Pacific. Flesinoxin, a piperazine drug with potential applications as an antidepressant and anxiolytic. Flessern, a surname from German. Flessers, plural of Flessner. Flestaloff, a beta-adrenergic blocking drug. What? Forward line of enemy troops, front line. What? Floor, bottom, lower surface. Fludazepam, a benzodiazepine drug with strong muscle relaxant properties. Lech, the vein toward the back with an arrow used to stabilize the arrow during flight. Fletchall, the surname. Fletchall, plural of Fletchall. Simple past, past participle of fletch. Fletcher, a surname originating as an occupation from the profession of fletcher. Fletea, of or relating to the dietary system called fletcherism. Fleteans, plural of fletchean. Fletcherism, a dietary system prescribing repeated chewing of food until all taste is lost. Extension, food until very hungry. Fletcherism, synonym of Fletcherite. Fletcherist, plural of Fletcherist. Fletcherite, a practitioner of Horace Fletcher's theories, especially regarding the extremely thorough chewing of food. Fletcherize, plural of Fletcherite. Fletcherize, thoroughly chew dozens or hundreds of times before swallowing. Fletcherize, simple past, past participle of Fletcherize. Fletcherizing, third person, singular simple present indicative of Fletcherize. Fletcherizing, present participle and gerund of Fletcherize. Fletchers, plural of Fletcher. Fletches, plural of Fletch. Fletching, a village and civil parish in Wealden District, East Sussex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 4223. Fletchings, plural of Fletching. Fletchman, a surname. Fletchman, plural of Fletchman. Flatus Street, obsolete spelling of Fleet Street. Fletiferous, producing peers. Fleticumab, monoclonal antibody designed for the treatment of rheumatoid arthritis. Fletch, plural of fletch. Fletchhorn, a mountain in the Pennine Alps, located between Sars Valley and Simplon Valley, Canton Valley. Flet, a surname. Fledermaus, plural of Fledermaus. Fledermaus, alternative form of Flittermouse. Fletner, alternative form of Flettner rotor. Flettner rotor, a smooth cylinder with disc end plates which is spun along its long axis and, as air passes at right angles across it, the Magnus effect causes an aerodynamic force to be generated in the direction perpendicular to both the long axis and the direction of air flurries. Plural of flurry. Fleva, a lake in what is now the Netherlands, known in Roman times and the early Middle Ages. Flevoland, a province of the Netherlands. Flevolander, a person from Flevoland. Flevolanders, plural of Flevolander. Oh, simple past of fly. Flew a kite, simple past of fly a kite. Flew apart, simple past of fly apart. Flew a simple past of fly. I am. Flew bake, simple past of fly baker. Flew blind, simple past of fly blind. Flew by, simple past of fly by. Flew by the seat of one's pants, simple past of fly by the seat of one's pants. Flew high, simple past of fly high. Flew in, simple past of fly in. Flew in the face of, simple past of fly in the face of. Flew into, simple past of fly into. Flew low, simple past. Fly low. Flew off, simple past of fly off. Flew off at a tangent, simple past of fly off at a tangent. Flew off the handle, simple past of fly off the handle. Flew off the shelves, simple past of fly off the shelves. Flew out, simple past of fly out. Flew out of the traps, simple past of fly out of the traps. Flew solo, simple past of fly solo. Flew the coop, simple past of fly the coop. Flew the flag, simple past to fly the flag. Flew the freak flag, simple past to fly the freak flag. Flew the kite, simple past to fly the kite. Flew the nest, past participle of fly the nest. Flew too close to the sun, simple past to fly. Too close to the sun. consisting of a small flexible metal sheet suspended in a wire frame ending in a handle. Flexitones, plural of flexitone. Flexitube, a folded paper puzzle created by connecting the ends of a strip of 4 squares, each folded along 45-degree diagonals. The solver is challenged to turn the structure inside out using only folding. Flexitubes, plural of flexitube. Flexbone, a formation involving 3 running backs in which a fullback is lined up behind a quarterback and 2 slot backs are lined up behind the line of scrimmage at each end of the offensive line. Flexbones, plural of flexbone. Flexbox, the CSS3 layout model that allows elements on a web page to be arranged in certain ways in a one-dimensional container. Flexboxes, plural of flexbox. Flexcation, a holiday where work and play is mixed to extend the vacation without using up additional paid time off. Flex dollar, an amount of money paid by an employer to an employee that can be spent on any of various benefits. Flex dollars, plural of flex dollar. Flexicutive, an executive or other professional who works flexible hours, sometimes from home via the internet. Flexicutives, plural of flexicutive. Flexed, that, flexed off, simple past and past participle of flex off. Flexed on, simple past and past participle of flex on. Flexed one's muscles, simple past and past participle of flex one's muscles. Flexed out, simple past and past participle of flex out. Flexed up, simple past and past participle of flex up. Flexor, surname. Flexors, plural of flexor. Flexes, third person singular simple present, indicative of flex. Flexes on, third person singular simple present, indicative of flex off. Flexes on, third person singular simple present, indicative of flex on. Flexes one's muscles, third person singular simple present, indicative of flex one's muscles. Flexes out, third person singular simple present, indicative of flex out. Flexes up, third person singular simple present, indicative of flex up. Flex, flipping of flex time. Flexidisc, alternative letter case form of flexidisc. Flexidiscs, plural of flexidisc. Flexitime, alternative spelling of flexitime. Flexi, flexible. Flexi-leave, an arrangement where time off is granted in exchange for additional hours an employee has worked. Flexi-schooling, an education regime involving both homeschooling and being taught at school. Flexitime, alternative spelling of flexitime. Flexiback, having a flexible binding as opposed to hardcover. Flexibacks, plural of flexiback. Flexibilization, alternative form of flexibilization. Flexibilization, plural of flexibilization. Flexibility, plural of flexibility. Flexibility, the quality of being flexible, whether physically or metaphorically. Flexibilization, the act or process of making something flexible. Flexibilization, plural of flexibilization. Flexibilized, to make flexible / more flexible. Flexibilized, past participle of flexibilized. Flexibilizes, present singular simple present indicative of flexibilize. Flexibilizing. Present participle and gerund to flexibilize. Flexible. Capable of being flexed or bent without breaking. Able to be turned or twisted without breaking. Flexible sigmoidoscopies. Plural of flexible sigmoidoscopy. Flexible sigmoidoscopy. An intestinal examination from anal insertion using a flexible tube that can follow the intestinal curves. Flexible time. Synonym of flexitime. Flexible times. Plural of flexible time. Flexibleness. The state or quality of being flexible. Flexibles. Plural of flexible. Flexible. In a flexible manner. Flexible. Synonym of flexible. Flexicity. Plural of flexicity. Flexicity. A kind of post-industrial city. Flexicostate. Having bent or curved ribs. Flexicouch. Disposable plastic handcuffs similar in appearance to cable ties. Flexicurity. A well-based state model with a proactive labor market policy, combining easy hiring and firing flexibility for employers and high benefits for the unemployed security for the employees. Flexicur. A strip of flexible material that can be used for drawing curves, measuring posture, etc. Flexicur. Plural of flexicur. Flexing. Meaning folding in a separate swaths on a lower tip. Flexidisc. Alternative form of flexidisc. Flexiscs. Plural of flexidisc. Flexids. Plural of flexid. Flexi hours. Flexidime. Flexile. Flexible. Capable of being repeatedly flexed without breaking. Flexility. Alternative form of flexility. Flexility. The quality or degree of being flexile. Flexing. Present participle and gerund to flex. Flexing off. Present participle and gerund to flex off. Flexing on. Present participle and gerund to flex on. Flexing one's muscles. Present participle of flex one's muscles. Flexing out. Present participle and gerund to flex Flexivirids, plural of flexivirid. Flexivirus. Any virus of the family Flexiviridae now split into alpha Flexiviridae, beta Flexiviridae, gamma Flexiviridae, and delta Flexiviridae. Flexiviruses, plural of flexivirus. Flexivore, one who is usually or primarily carnivore, but not strictly so. Flexivores, plural of flexivore. Flexiwork, a flexitime working arrangement. Flexiworker, one who works on a flexitime basis. Flexiworkers, plural of flexiworker. Flexiworker, synonym of flexiworker. Flex extended, a particular pair of flex job, alternative form of flex job. Flex job. Plural of flex job. Flexer, a surname. Flex Marianne, of or relating to modern medical practices that crystallized with the 1910 publication of the Flexner Report, which criticized the loose standards of medical education in the United States at the time and advocated the establishment of stricter scientific standards. Flexow. Flexography. Flexow. Flexion, flexure. Flexodoming, any of a set of regions of a pneumatic liquid crystal formed in the presence of an alternating electric field. Flexodomains, plural of flexodome. Flexolector, of, pertaining to, or produced by flexelectricity. Flexelectrical, relating to flexelectricity. Flexelectrical, by means of flexelectricity. Flexelectricity, method electrical production of electricity by bending a material, especially some type of liquid crystal. Flexobstension, flexion and extension of a digit. Flexostensor, a muscle or robotic equipment that can achieve flexostensor. Flexostensors, plural of flexostensor. Flexographer, one who uses the flexography system. Flexographers, plural of flexographer. Flexographic, of or pertaining to flexography. Flexographic, by means of flexography. Flexography, a method of printing using a rubber or polymer rotating printing plate, most commonly used for packaging labels, tape recycling. Flexmagnetic, describing any magnetic effect produced by bending a material. Fleximagnetism, magnetism produced by bending a material or from a strained gradient. Flexmagnetolector, describing any magnetoelectric effect produced by bending a material. Flexometallic, flexible and metallic. Flexant, a flexural phonon. Flexant, plural of flexon. Flexor, a muscle whose contraction acts to bend a joint or limb. Flexor carpi radialis, a muscle in the anterior compartment of the human forearm which flexes the radiocarpal joint. Flexor carpi ulnaris, a muscle in the anterior compartment of the human forearm. Flexor digitorum communis. Flexor digitorum communis is a synonym of the flexor digitorum muscle. Flexor digitorum profundus, a muscle in the deep layer of the anterior compartment of the human forearm. Flexor digitorum superficialis, a muscle in the intermediate layer of the anterior compartment of the human forearm. Flexorpusculus, plural of flexorpuscle. Flexorpuscle, any of various surgical treatments for weakness or limited action of a flexor muscle. location they will work from. Flex byte, a disk that connects the output from an engine to the input of a torque converter in a vehicle equipped with an automatic transmission, taking the place of the flywheel found in a conventional manual transmission setup. Flex bytes, plural of flex plate. Flextension, a type of transducer that uses flexible, elastic shells to transmit and amplify displacements. Flextensional, flexural and extensional. Flextensions, plural of flex extension. Flex style, alternative form of flexitime. Flexting, sending of flirtatious text messages. Flexuous, alternative form of flexuous. Flexuously, in a flexuous manner. Flexuosity, plural of flexuosity. Flexuosity, quality of being flexuous. Flexuosole, a resveratrol tetramer found in Vitis flexuosa. Flexuous, winding from side to side, sinuous. Flexuously, in a flexuous way. Flexuousness, the state or condition of being flexuous. Flexural, of, or relating to, flexure. Flexurally, in a flexural manner. Flexion, the act of bending or flexing. Flexion. Flexuring, simple past and past participle of flexure. Flexures, plural of flexure. Flexuring, present participle of gerundial flexure. Flexus, a long, curvilinear ridge with a scallop pattern. Flex swing, the delta wing, made of fabric of a hang glider or microlight. Flex swings, plural of flex swing. Flexi, implying or indicating an ability, capacity, or tendency to flex, flexible, bendy. Fried him. Flay, simple past and past participle of flay. Flaying, present participle and gerund of flay. Flays, third person singular simple present indicative of flay. Flayshick, alternative form of flesking. Flayshicks, plural of flayshik. Flaysong, alternative form of flaysong. Flesolastine, a steaming miasmatic anti-allergic drug. FLG, abbreviation of Fallon wrong. Fly, initialism of Floss index. Flyol, alternative form of flyol. Flibanserin, a drug that may be used to treat decreased libido in women. Liverchair, a sycophant. Flibberjibs, plural of flibberjib. Flibbertigibbet, an offbeat, skittish person, especially said of a young woman. Flibbertigibbets, plural of flibbertigibbet. Flibbertigibbety, like a flibbertigibbet, flighty, scatterbrained. Flibbertigibbet, alternative spelling of flibbertigibbet. Flibbertigibbets, plural of flibbertigibbet. Flittits, splinters or matchwood fragments. Flibustier, a French buccaneer, a French pirate in the Americas. Flibustiers, plural of flibustier. Flip, a data file Change channels on a television. Flick the beam. Alternative form of flick one's beam. Flick through to browse rapidly. Flick knife. Alternative spelling of flick knife. Flick knives. Plural of flick knife. Flick on. A quick-headed touch to pass to another player. Flick on. Plural of flick on. Flick screen. Synonym of flick screen. Flickable. Capable of being flicked. Flick. Simple past. Past participle of flick. Flicked off. Simple past. Past participle of flick off. Flick one's beam. Simple past. Past participle of flick one's beam. Flick over. Simple past. Past participle of flick over. Flick the beam. Simple past and past participle of flick the beam. Flicked through. Simple past and past participle of flick through. Flitter, a surname. Flicker fixer, a piece of computer hardware that danger laces an output video signal, resulting in a less flickery display on some systems. Flicker fixers, plural of flicker fixer. Flicker goon, to masturbate rapidly. Flicker noise, synonym of pink noise. Flicker shout, a film exhibited by means of a film projector. Flicker shows, plural of flicker show. Flicker wheel, a rotating perforated disc that gives a flickering effect to light coming from behind it. Flicker wheels, plural of flicker Flickr. Someone who uses the photo sharing website Flickr. Flickris. Plural of Flickr. Flickrite. Someone who uses the photo sharing website Flickr. Flickrites. Plural of Flickrite. Flicks. Third person singular simple present indicative of flick. Flick swap. Third person singular simple present indicative of flick off. Flicks one's beam. Third person singular simple present indicative of flick one's beam. Flicks over. Third person singular simple present indicative of flick over. Flicks system for controlling an aircraft's rotational or translational motion in one or more axes. Flight controller. The person at the foiling controls to operate the hydrofoils on a boat or ship. Flight controllers. Plural of flight controller. Flight controls. Plural of flight control. Flight crew. An air crew. Flight crews. Plural. Of flight crew. Flight data recorder. A device which records various performance parameters of the aircraft designed to survive severe impact and fire to help in finding the causes of an accident. Flight data recorder. Plural of flight data recorder. Flight deck. The deck of an aircraft carrier where aircraft can land and take off. Flight decks. Plural of flight deck. Flight director. A system of the narrow horizontal and vertical bar overlaid on an aircraft's attitude indicator, with the bars deflecting to provide guidance as to the pitch and roll inputs required to maintain the desired flight path. Flight directors. Plural of flight director. Flight engineer. A member of the flight crew in certain mainly older aircraft who monitors and operates many to most aircraft systems. Flight engineers. Plural of flight engineer. Flight envelope. An aircraft's design capabilities in terms of airspeed, altitude, etc. Flight envelopes. Plural of flight envelope. Flight feather. Any asymmetrical feather of the wing or tail of a bird. Flight feathers. Plural of flight feather. Flight hostess. Synonym of stewardess. Flight information region. A specified region of airspace in which a flight information service and an alerting service are provided. Flight information regions. Plural of flight information region. Flight instrument. A device that measures and displays data concerning one or more aspects of the situation of an aircraft, such as its altitude, attitude, airspeed, etc. Flight instruments. Plural of flight instrument. Flight interruption manifest. A substitute ticket issued by an airline due to a schedule change or other disruption in their service, allowing travel on another airline. Flight interruption manifests. Plural of flight interruption manifest. Flight jacket. Synonym of bomber jacket. Flight jackets. Plural of flight jacket. Flight level. Any of several internationally agreed standard altitudes that are based on atmospheric pressure rather than on true height. Flight levels. Plural of flight level. Flight lieutenant. A rank in the RAF between that of flying officer and squadron leader of a person in charge of a flight of aircraft, equivalent to a Royal Navy lieutenant or an Army captain. Flight lieutenants. Plural of flight lieutenant. Flight line. The precise movement of a civil photogrammetric aircraft along a predetermined course at a predetermined altitude during the actual photographic run. Flight line. Plural of flight line. Flight mode. Synonym alternative form of beer flight. Flight of Earls. The departure into exile of the Irish chieftain Hugh O'Neill and his followers in 1607. Flight of fancy, an idea, narrative, suggestion, etc., which is extremely imaginative and which appears to be entirely unrealistic and true or impractical, thinking which is very speculative. Flight path, a trajectory, the travel path of a projectile, rocket, or aircraft through the air. Flight paths, plural of flight path. Flight plan, a document filed by a pilot prior to departure, containing essential information about the flight. Flight plans, plural of flight plan. Flight recorder, a device which records data that may be of use in investigating the cause of an aircraft accident, usually pairs consisting of a flight data recorder and cockpit voice recorder. Flight recorders, plural of flight recorder. Flight risk, the possibility that a person under the custody of law enforcement will abscond if granted bail. Flight risks, plural of flight risk. Flight sequence, a series of cinematic shots of the flight of an aircraft. Flight sequences, plural of flight sequence. Flight sock, a compression sock for use in prolonged periods of sitting during air travel. Flight socks, plural of flight sock. Flight square, an unattacked square to which the king can therefore move, usually in the context of checks. Flight squares, plural of flight square. Flight status, an updated notice of a flight's departure and arrival times compared to its scheduled times. Flight statuses, plural of flight status. Flight stewardess, synonym of stewardess. Flight stewardesses, plural of flight stewardess. Flight suit, a warm, durable full-body garment designed to be worn while flying an aircraft. Flight suits, plural of flight suit. Flight ticket, synonym of air ticket. Flight tickets, plural of flight ticket. Flight time, the total amount of time spent piloting aircraft, serving as the primary measure of a pilot's experience. Flight times, plural of flight time. Flight shot, the distance to which an arrow or flight may be shot, bow shot, about 1/5 of a mile. Flight shots, plural of flight shot. Flight specific. Clearly defined or identified for Flight S. Flight time equivalent dose, an informal unit of measure of ionizing radiation exposure based on the radiological dose received during a given time period spent in an airliner at cruising altitude. Flight time equivalent doses, plural of flight time equivalent dose. Flight case, a case for safely transporting large, delicate items, usually specialized equipment. Flight cases, plural of flight case. Flight craft, the ability, skill, or art of flying. Flight crew, alternative form of flight crew. Flight crews, plural of flight crew. Flighted, having flight feathers, for example, upon reaching maturity. Flighten, pronunciation, spelling of frighten. Flighter, a horizontal vane revolving over the surface of wort in a cooler so as to produce a circular current in the liquor. Flighters, plural of flighter. Flightal, able to fly. Flighted, comparative form of flighty, more flighty. Flightiest, superlative form of flighty, most flighty. Flightily, in a flighty manner. Flightiness, the quality of being flighty. Flightinesses, plural of flightiness. Flighting, present participle and gerund of flight. Flightless, unable to fly. Flightless cormorant, a species of cormorant, Phalacrocorax heresy, endemic to the Galapagos Islands. Flightless cormorants, plural of flightless cormorant. Flightlessly, without the power of flight. Flightlessness, the condition of being flightless. Flyline, alternative form of flight. Line. Fly lines, plural of flight line. Flightling, one who flees or takes flight, an escapee, fugitive, or refugee. Flightlings, plural of flightling. Flightmare, an unpleasant flight or experience during air travel. Flightmares, plural of flightmare. Flight path, alternative spelling of flight path. Flight paths, plural of flight path. Flights, plural of flight. Flights of beer, plural of flight of beer. Flights of beers, plural of flight of beers. Flights of fancy, plural of flight of fancy. Flightseeing, sightseeing from an aircraft. Flightseer, a person who sightsees from an aircraft. Flightseers, plural of flightseer. Flightsome, marked by flight or fleeing, apt or prone to flee or take off, by extension not dependable, irresponsible, flaky. Flightsuit, alternative form of flight suit. Flightworthiness, airworthiness. Flightworthy, safe enough to fly. Flighty, given to unplanned and silly ideas or actions. Flipping a flim-flam confidence trick. Flim-flam, alternative form of flim-flam. Flim-flam, misinformation, bunkum, false information presented as true. Flim-flams, plural of flim-flam. Flimby, a coastal village in Maryport Parish, Cumberland Council area, Cumbria, previously in Allerdale Borough OS Grid Ref NY0233. Flimlan, alternative form of flim-flam. Flimlan, simple past and past participle of flim-flam. Flim-flair, a swindler, a con artist. Flim-flummeries, plural of flim-flummery. Flim-flummers, plural of flim-flummer. Flim-flummery, nonsense. Flim-flamming, present participle and gerund of flim-flam. Flim-flams, plural of flim-flam. Fliver, a flickering glimmer. Flimmer, simple past and past participle of flimmer. Flimmering, present participle and gerund of flimmer. Flitters, plural of flimmer. Club, to steal. To commit petty theft. Lives, simple past and past participle of phlegm. Flimday, present participle and gerund of phlegm. Flims, third person singular simple present indicative of phlegm. Flims, plural of phlegm. Phlegmy, simple past and past participle of flimsy. Flimsy, comparative form of flimsy, more flimsy. Flimsies, skimpy underwear. Flimsiest, superlative form of flimsy, most flimsy. Flimsily, in a flimsy manner. Flimsiness, the quality of being. Flimsy. Flimsinesses, plural of flimsiness. Flimmy, likely to bend or break under pressure, easily damaged, frail, unsubstantial. Flimsy, present participle and gerund of flimsy. Flimmo, a village in Ticehurst Parish, Rother District, East Sussex, England OSTQ 7131. Flin-Flon, a city in Manitoba and Saskatchewan, Canada, mostly in Manitoba. Oish, a reflexive jerking away. Flinched, simple past and past participle of flinch. Flincher, one who flinches. Flinchers, plural of flincher. Flinches, third person singular simple present indicative of flinch. Flinching, present participle and gerund of flinch. Flinchingly, with a flinching motion. Flinchings, plural of flinching. Flinchless, unflinching, boldly resolute. Flit, simple past and past participle of flinch. Flincham, a surname. Flinchums, plural of flinchum. Plenty, tending to flinch easily, timid, shy. Blunder, a small piece or fragment, a thin slice, splinter. Blunder, simple past and past participle of flinder. Flindering, present participle and gerund of flinder. Flindermus, plural of flindermouse. Flindermouse, about the mouth. Flinders, a surname. Flinders Ranges, a mountain range, the largest in South Australia, named after Matthew Flinders. Flinders,a tree of the genus Flindersia. Flindersias, plural of Flindersia. Flindusy, synonym of crow's ash. Flit, a surname. Fling out, to throw out, throw away. Flit, simple past and past participle of fling. Flingy, a person with whom one has a fling or casual romance. Flindies, plural of flingy. Flinger, one who flings or hurls something. Flingers, plural of flinger. Flingest, second person singular simple present indicative of fling. Flinga, third person singular simple present indicative of fling. Flia, comparative form of flingy, more flingy. Flias, superlative form of flingy, most flingy. Fling, present participle and gerund of fling. Flinging out, present participle and gerund of fling out. Flingings, plural of flinging. Flings, plural of fling. Flings out, third person singular simple present indicative of fling out. Flay, characterized by flinging. Floyd, a surname. Flinghite, a mineral containing arsenic, hydrogen, manganese, and oxygen. Flinktites, plural of flinkite. Flinks, plural of flink. What? A surname. Flins. Plural of Flint. What? A place name. Flint corn, synonym of Indian corn variety of maize with different colored kernels. Flint disease, shallocosis. Flint glass, a soft, heavy, brilliant glass consisting essentially of a silicate of lead and potassium. It is used for tableware and in optical instruments. Flint glasses, plural of flint glass. Flint mill, a mill in which flints are ground. Flint mills, plural of flint mill. Flint paper, sandpaper. Flint eye, synonym of steely eye. Flinte, simple past and past participle of flint. Flinte, a bird, the wood stork. Flintheads, plural of flinthead. Flint-hearted, alternative form of flint-hearted. Flinty, comparative form of flinty, more flinty. Flittiest, superlative form of flinty, most flinty. Flintify, simple past and past participle flinty. Flintify, simple past and past participle of flintify. Flintifies, third person singular simple present indicative of flintify. Flintify, to turn to flint. Flintifying, present participle and gerund to flintify. Flintily, in a flinty manner. Flintiness, the state or condition of being flinty. Flinte, present participle and gerund of flint. Flintings, plural of flinting. Flint knapper, one who makes tools by knapping flint. Flint knappers, plural of flint knapper. Flint knapping, the creation of tools by knapping flint. Flintless, without flint. Flint-like, resembling flint, stony. Flint lime, a mixture of lime calcium and crushed flint used to make calcium silicate bricks. Flint lime, plural of flint lime. Flintlock, an early type of firearm, using a spring-loaded flint to strike sparks into the firing pan. Flintlock mechanism, a type of lock used on muskets, rifles, and pistols from the early 17th to the mid-19th century. Flintlocks, plural of flintlock. Flinta, a surname. Flints, plural of flint. Flintshire, a maritime traditional county of Wales bounded to the north by the Irish Sea, to the northeast by the Dee estuary, to the east by Cheshire, and to the south and southwest by Denbighshire. A detached part, Mailer Sea Snag, is bounded on the northwest by Denbighshire, on the northeast by Cheshire, and on the south by Shropshire. There is a further small detached part around Morford. Flintstone, a piece of flint. Flintstones, plural of flintstone. Flintstonest, synonym of Flintstonian. Flintstonian, outdated or no longer in vogue. Flintware, a superior kind of earthenware made with flint. Flintwares, plural of flintware. Flintwood, The very hard wood of the black butt tree, Eucalyptus spp, especially Eucalyptus pilularis. Flintwoods, plural of flintwood. Flint work with flint. Flint worker, a person who produces flint work. Flint workers, plural of flint worker. Flint working, the manufacture of simple tools from flints. Fletting, resembling or containing flint, hard like flint. Flet, acronym of flexible loan insurance plan. Flet, a Filipino, a person who is of Filipino background. Flip a bitch, to make a rapid and illegal U-turn. Flip book, a booklet containing a sequence of near-identical images so that flipping rapidly through the pages produces an illusion of animation. Flip books, plural of flip book. Flip burgers, to be employed in a low-paid menial job, especially one in a fast food restaurant. Flip chart, a large pad, usually supported on a stand, used for typically handwritten presentations. Flip charts, plural of flip chart. Flip chip, a method for interconnecting semiconductor devices to external circuitry with solder bumps that have been deposited onto the chip pads. Flip clock, an electromechanical, digital time-keeping device with the time indicated by numbers that are sequentially revealed by a split-flap display. Flip clocks, plural of flip clock. Flip cup, a team-based drinking game in which players attempt to flip the cup after drinking so that it lands with its rim downward. Flip dog, a heated iron used to warm flip the drink. Flip dogs, plural of flip dog. Flip flop, alternative spelling of flip flop. Flip flops, plural of flip flop. Flip off, to make a rude or obscene gesture at someone. Flip on its head, alternative form of turn on its head. Flip one's lid, to become explosively angry, to lose one's temper. Flip one's shit, synonym of flip shit. Flip one's way, to become very angry. Flip out, to become very angry or upset. Flip over, to turn upside down. Flip phone, a mobile telephone with a hinged top that is flipped open when the phone is in use. Flip phones, plural of flip phone. Flip shit, to freak out. Flip side, the B-side of a phonograph record that carried a less popular recording. Flip sides, plural of flip side. Flip smartphone, a flip phone with more advanced features and greater computing capacity than those of the traditional feature phone variety, is smart flip phone. Flip smartphones, plural of flip smartphone. Flip teaching, synonym of flipped learning. Flip the bird, to make a rude or obscene gesture at somebody, particularly to extend the middle finger. Flip the kipper, a parlor game in which players race paper fish by fanning them with air. Flip the lid, alternative form of flip one's lid. Flip the script, to reverse a situation, especially by doing something unexpected. Flip through, synonym of thumb to turn the pages of a book in order to read it cursorily. Flip throw, an unusual throw-in in which the player, during the run-up, plants the ball on the ground, flips over it and uses the momentum gained from the flip to increase the velocity of the ball. Flipped throws, plural of flipped throw. Flip turn, synonym of tumble turn. Flip turns, plural of flip turn. Flip wide, synonym of flip over. Flip lag, to flop or flap about. Flip lacked, simple past and past participle of flip flap. Lip lapping, present participle and gerund of flip flap. Lip laps, plural of lip flap. Lip lock, a sandal consisting of a rubber sole fastened to the foot by a rubber thong fitting between the toes and around the sides of the foot. Flip-flop operator, an operator specifying a range of conditions such that the related code executes only if the first condition is true and only until the second condition becomes true. Flip-flop operators, plural of flip-flop operator. Flip-locked, simple past and past participle of flip-flop. Flip-lopper, a person, especially a politician, who changes his or her opinion. Flip-floppers, plural of flip-flopper. Flip-lotting, present participle and gerund of flip-flop. Flip-floppy, tending to flip-flop, to alternate back and forth between opinions or decisions. Flip-flops, plural of flip-flop. Flip-high, to have sex while alternating between the penetrative and receptive roles. Flip-fucked, simple past and past participle of flip-fuck. Flip-fucking, present participle and gerund of flip-fuck. Flip-fucks. Third person singular simple present indicative of flip-fuck. Flip-end, a poison pill giving current shareholders of the targeted company the right to purchase additional stock at a discount before a potential takeover, so that the potential acquirer risks discriminatory dilution in the target company. The threshold level, therefore, effectively sets a ceiling on the amount of stock that any shareholder can accumulate before launching a proxy contest. Flip-ends, plural of flip-in. Flip-out, alternative form of flip-out. Flip-outs, plural of flip-out. Flip-phone, alternative form of flip-phone. Flip-phones, plural of flip-phone. Flip-screen, not scrolling, but composed of linked screens between which the player can travel. Flip-top, having a lid or covering that flips open. Flip-up, of sunglasses, having lenses that can be pushed upward and out of the frame, so that the glasses need not be removed in darker areas such as indoors. Flip-ups, flip-up sunglasses. Flipboard, a set of cards hinged together on an easel, used in making presentations. Flipboards, plural of flipboard. Flipper, alternative spelling of flipbook. Flipbooks, plural of flipbook. Flipped card, synonym of flashcard card to aid memorization, with a cue on one side and a response on the other. Flipped cards, plural of flip card. Flip chart, alternative spelling of flip chart. Flip charts, plural of flip chart. Fly, alternative form of flip of fold or flap. Flight, simple past and past participle of flight. Flights, plural of flight. Whip play, a kind of flash unit for a camera, providing a certain number of flashes before needing to be flipped over and reinserted to use the remainder. Flip plays, plural of flip flash. Flip-flop, alternative form of flip-flop. Flip-flop, simple past and past participle of flip-flop. Flip-flopper, alternative form of flip-flopper. Flip-floppers, plural of flip-flopper. Flip-flopping, present participle and gerund of flip-flop. Flip-flops, plural of flip-flop. Flighting, present participle and gerund of fly. Flipism, a pseudo-philosophy under which all decisions are made at random as if by flipping a coin. Flipless, without a flip. Flippe, in a flip manner. Flipness, the quality of being flip. Flip-on, an altered conformation of a nucleic acid chain. Flip-ons, plural of flip-on. Flip-out, an instance of a person becoming very angry or upset. Flip-outs, plural of flip-out. Flip-over, a screen wipe effect resembling the turning of the page of a book. Flip-overs, plural of flip-over. Flip-a-ball, able to be flipped. Flippance, alternative form of flippancy. Flippances, plural of flippance. Flippancies, plural of flippancy. Flippancy, a disrespectful levity or pertness, especially in respect to grave or sacred matters. Flippant, showing disrespect through a casual attitude, levity, and a lack of due seriousness, pert. Flippantly, in a flippant manner. Flippantness, the quality of being flippant. Flip-base, any enzyme located in the membrane responsible for aiding the movement of phospholipid molecules between the two leaflets that compose a cell's membrane transverse diffusion. Flipbases, plural of flippase. Put, simple past and past participle of flip. Flipped a bitch, simple past and past participle of flip a bitch. Flipped burgers, simple past and past participle of flip burgers. Flipped classroom, a classroom that uses the flipped learning system of education. Flipped classrooms, plural of flipped classroom. Flipped learning, a system of education in which students learn new material by watching video lectures outside the classroom, and what used to be homework assigned problems is done in guided classes instead. Flipped mastery, the combination of flipped learning and mastery learning. Flipped off, simple past and past participle of flip off. Flipped on its head, simple past and past participle of flip on its head. Flipped one's lid, simple past and past participle of flip one's lid. Flipped one's shit, simple past and past participle of flip one's shit. Flipped one's way, simple past and past participle of flip one's wing. Flipped out, simple past and past participle of flip out. Flipped simple past and past participle of flip over. Flipped shit, simple past and past participle of flip shit. Flipped the bird, simple past and past participle of flip the bird. Flipped the script, simple past and past participle of flip the script. Flipped through, simple past and past participle of flip through. Flippin, a surname. Flippins, plural of flippin. However, a common name for animals which have flippers, such as dolphins and seals. Flipper babies, plural of flipper baby. Flipper baby. A person born with defective limbs as a result of the mother taking thalidomide during pregnancy. Flipperator. A toy consisting of a reed tube with a hole of a certain shape coming out one side. When the user blows into it, the air exiting the hole serves to levitate a small light ball. Flipper. Having flippers. Flippering. Present participle and gerund of flipper. Flipperless. Without flippers. Flippoli. Resembling a flipper appendage in marine mammals. Flipperling. A young seal. Flipperlings. Plural of flipperling. Flippers. Plural of flipper. Flippertifloppity. Moving loosely back and forth, floppy. Flippering. Resembling or characteristic of flippers. Flippus. Superlative form of flip, most flip. Flippertifloppity. Alternative form of flippertifloppity. Flitter. Comparative form of flippy, more flippy. Flittis. Plural of flippy. Flippist. Superlative form of flippy, most flippy. Flitte. A surname. Flitte. Pronunciation spelling of flipping. Flipping. Present participle and gerund of flip. Flipping a bitch. Present participle and gerund of flip a bitch. Flipping burgers. Present participle and gerund of flip burgers. Flipping Nora. Synonym of bloody Nora slightly milder than it. Flipping off. Present participle and gerund of flip off. Flipping on its head. Present participle and gerund of flip on its head. Flipping one's lid. Present participle and gerund of flip one's lid. Flipping one's shit. Present participle of flip one's shit. Flipping one's way. Present participle and gerund of flip one's way. Flipping out. Present participle and gerund of flip out. Flipping over. Present participle and gerund of flip over. Flipping shit. Present participle of flip shit. Flipping the bird. Present participle and gerund of flip the bird. Flipping the script. Present participle and gerund of flip the script. Flipping through. Present participle and gerund of flip through. Flipping is plural of flipping. Flippins. Plural of flippin. Flippertiflop. Alternative form of flippertifloppity. Flippertifloppity. Alternative form of flippertifloppity. Little. To flip, flop, or fumble through repeatedly. Littled. Simple past and past participle of flipple. Flipples. Third person singular simple present indicative of flipple. Flittling. Present participle and gerund of flipple. Flitto. A surname. Flithos. Plural of flitto. Liddy. Having a tendency to flip. Flippy disk. Alternative spelling of flippy disk. Flippy disks. Plural of flippy disk. Flippy disk. An 8-inch or 5.25-inch floppy diskette that has been modified to be double-sided, allowing data storage on both sides of the disk. Flippy diskette. A flippy disk. Flippy diskettes. Plural of flippy diskette. Flippy disks. Plural of flippy disk. Flippy skirt. A skirt with a hem that turns upward slightly. Flippy skirts, plural of flippy skirt. Flippy-floppy, plural of flippy-floppy. Flippy-floppy, flotty, but plural of flip. Flips, plural of flip. Flips a bitch, third person singular simple present indicative of flip a bitch. Flips burgers, third person singular simple present indicative of flip burgers. Flips off, third person singular simple present indicative of flip off. Flips on its head, third person singular simple present indicative of flip on its head. Flips one's lid, third person singular simple present indicative of flip one's lid. Flips one's shit, third person singular simple present indicative of flip one's shit. Flips one's way, third person singular simple present indicative of flip one's wig. Flips out, third person singular simple present indicative of flip out. Flips over, third person singular simple present indicative of flip over. Flips shit, third person singular simple present indicative of flip shit. Flips the bird, third person singular simple present indicative of flip the bird. Flips the script, third person singular simple present indicative of flip the script. Flips through, third person singular simple present indicative of flip through. Flip side, the verse in contrast to the obverse. Flip sides, plural of flip side. Put, simple past and past participle of flip. Look tasty, amazing, spectacular. FLIR, acronym of forward-looking infrared, a thermal imaging technology. FLIR, plural of FLIR. FLIRT, a subvariant of the Omicron variant, scientifically known as KP.2 and KP.11. FLIR, an act of flirting. Flirt gal, a flirtatious, promiscuous, or loose woman. Flirt gills, plural of flirt gill. Flirtable, suitable for flirting with. Flirtaholic, someone who is addicted to flirting. Flirtaholics, plural of flirtaholic. Flirtation, playing at courtship, coquetry. Flirtational, of or relating to flirtation. Flirtationless, without flirtation. Flirtations, plural of flirtation. Flirtationship, flirtation. Flirtationships, plural of flirtationship. Flirtatious, of or pertaining to flirtation. Flirtatiously, in a flirtatious manner. Flirtatiousness, the quality of being flirtatious. Flirted, simple past and past participle of flirt. Flirty, someone who is flirted with, the target of flirtation. Flirter, one who flirts. Flirters, plural of flirter. Flirtery, flirtation. Flirted, comparative form of flirty, more flirty. Flirtiest, superlative form of flirty, most flirty. Flirted J, a flirtatious or cheeky girl. Flirted jegs, plural of flirted J. Flirtily, in a flirty manner. Flirtiness, the quality of being flirty. Flirting, present participle and gerund of flirt. Flirtingly, in a flirting manner. Flirtings, plural of flirting. Flirtini, a cocktail of vodka, champagne, and pineapple juice. Flirtines, plural of flirtini. Flirtish, of the nature of or characterizing a flirt. Flirtishly, in a flirty manner. Flirtishness, the quality of being flirtish. Flirts, plural of flirt. Flirtje, a friendship which involves flirting but that has not yet progressed into a serious relationship. Flirtships, plural of flirtship. Flirtum, marked by flirting, flirtatious. Flirty, flirting or seeming to flirt. Flit, a cater to spring, a whim. Flis, simple past and past participle of flist. Flisking, present participle and gerund of flis. Flisks, plural of flisk. Whiskey, frisky, inclined to frisk or caper. Flis, a diminutive of the female given name Felicity. Flitzes, plural of fliss. Fliss, abbreviation of friends list. Flists, plural of flist. What? A fluttering or darting movement. What? The flank or side of an animal, now almost exclusively a pig when cured and salted, a side of bacon. Fletch, simple past and past participle of fletch. Flitches, plural of flitch. Fletching, present participle and gerund of fletch. Flight, a quarrel, dispute, wrangling. Flighted, simple past and past participle of flight. Flights, plural of flight. Flighting, present participle and gerund of flight. Flightings, plural of flighting. Flits, plural of flit. Flitsome, characterized or marked by flitting. Flit, obsolete form of flit. Flitted, simple past and past participle of flit. Flitted, past participle of flight. Flitter, to scatter in pieces. Flitter mice, plural of flitter mouse. Flitter mouse, alternative form of flitter mouse. Flitter bat, a bat flying mammal. Flitter bats, plural of flitter bats. Flitter, simple past and past participle of flitter. Flittering, present participle and gerund of flitter. Flitterings, plural of flittering. Flitter jegs, an item of clothing that is in tatters or ribbons. Flittermus, plural of flittermouse, alternative spelling of flittermouse. Flittermouse, a bat, a flying mammal. Flitter, the bark obtained from young oak trees. Flitterns, plural of flitter. Flitters, third person singular simple present indicative of flitter. Flittery, flitty. Flitte, comparative form of flitty, more flitty. Flittis, superlative. The form of flitty, most flitty. Flittiness, the quality of being flitty, unsteadiness. Flitting, gerund of flit, the motion of something that flits. Flittingly, with the flitting motion. Flittings, plural of flitting. Flitting, a village in Flitton and Greenfield Parish, Central Bedfordshire Borough, Bedfordshire, England. OS grid ref TL 0535. Flitton and Greenfield, a civil parish in Central Bedfordshire Borough, Bedfordshire, England, which includes these two villages. Flit. Third person singular simple present indicative of flit. Flit. Unstable, fluttering. Flitway, a town and civil parish in Central Bedfordshire District, Bedfordshire, England. OS grid ref TL 0334. Flitter, alternative spelling of flivver. Flivvers, plural of flivver. Flitter, an automobile or cart, particularly one which is old and inexpensive. Flivvers, plural of flivver. Flicks, the soft fur of some animals, especially the beaver. Flixel, an image that combines a photo and a video element that is looped to give the illusion of movement. Flixels, plural of Flixel. Flexton, a village in the metropolitan borough of Trafford, Greater Manchester, England. OS grid ref SJ 7494. Flexweed, a tall, herbaceous flowering plant, Discurania sophia, related to mustard. Flixweeds, plural of flixweed. What? Baloney, empty words. Flit, simple past and past participle of fliz. Flides, plural of fliz. Flie, present participle and gerund of fliz. As gay, initialism of funny-looking kid, a child with possible abnormal morphology. As gay, plural of FLK. FLL, initialism of First Lego League. At LN, the National Liberation Front political party of various countries, but chiefly associated with Algeria. What? A diminutive of the female given names Florence or Flora. What? Pronunciation spelling of floor, representing African American vernacular English. Flow/flow, abbreviation of floton flotoff. Flow/flow, plural of FLO/FLO. What? To be supported by a fluid of greater density than the object. Float around, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see float around. Floated, to present or make available to, offer, especially prospectively. Float board, one of the boards fixed radially to the rim of an undershot water wheel or a steamer's paddle wheel, a vane. Float boards, plural of float board. Float glass, glass in the form of flat sheets, made by floating molten glass on the surface of molten metal, currently the main method of producing window glass. Float glasses, plural of float glass. Float like a butterfly, to move effortlessly and in an agile fashion. Float someone's boat, to interest or appeal to someone, to make someone happy. Float switch, a sensor that detects the level of liquid in a tank and can react to changes in the measurement. Float tube, a small, lightweight, inflatable fishing craft. Float tubes, plural of float tube. Float with the stream, synonym of go with the flow. Float on, float off, a form of marine vessel which allows large floating objects such as other ships or oil platforms, etc. to be floated atop and floated off the ship's transport deck top. Float zone silicon, a very pure form of crystalline silicon made by vertical zone melting. Floatabilities, plural of floatability, Floatability, the condition of being floatable. Floatable, that may be floated. Floatables, plural of floatable. Floated, alternative form of floatage. Floatages, plural of floatage. Floatant, alternative form of floatant. Floatants, plural of floatant. Flotation, non-standard spelling of flotation. Flotations, plural of flotation. Float base, an airport for float planes. Float bases, plural of float base. Float board, a board on the rim of an undershot water wheel on which the water acts and moves the wheel. Float boards, plural of float board. Floated, simple past and past participle of float. Floated around, simple past and past participle of float around. Floated at, simple past and past participle of float. At. Floated someone's boat. Simple past and past participle of float someone's boat. Floato, a floating hotel. A boato. Floatals, plural of floatal. Floater, a person who floats. Floaters, plural of floater. Floatus, second person singular simple present indicative of float. Floatus, third person singular simple present indicative of float. Floaty, alternative spelling of floaty object that floats on water and can be lain or sat on. One of a pair of inflatable plastic bands to help the wearer float in water and learn to swim. Floated, comparative form of floaty, more floaty. Floaties, plural of floaty. Floaties, superlative form of floaty, most floaty. Floatoi, in a floaty manner. Floatin, pronunciation spelling of floating. Floatiness, the quality of being floaty. Floating, that floats or float. Floating academies, plural of floating academy. Floating academy, those ships on which criminals were subjected to transportation or later to hard labor. Floating around, present participle and gerund to float around. Floating at, present participle and gerund of float at. Floating beacon, a light. Floating beacons, plural of floating beacon. Floating bog, a mat of bog vegetation which floats on the surface of water, a quaking bog. Floating bogs, plural of floating bog. Floating bridge, a bridge of rafts or beams of timber lying on the surface of the water. Floating bridges, plural of floating bridge. Floating car data, a method to determine the traffic speed on a road network by monitoring the geolocations of drivers' mobile phones. Floating cellular data, synonym of floating car data. Floating dock, a dry dock which can float and is submersible when a ship is entering or leaving it. Floating docks, plural of floating dock. Floating feeling, a combined feeling of lightheadedness and dizziness as if floating. Floating feelings, plural of floating feeling. Floating gold, ambergris. Floating ground, a reference point for electric potential in a circuit which is not connected to the actual earth ground. Floating ground, plural of floating ground. Floating heart, an aquatic flowering plant of the genus Nymphoids, having heart-shaped leaves that float on the water. Floating hearts, plural of floating heart. Floating island, an aggregation of driftwood and roots or vegetation capable of bearing soil, which floats on the surface of bog or lake water or is floated out from a river delta or similar. Floating islands, plural of floating island. Floating kidney, nephroptosis. Floating light, a ship bearing a light moored on sunken rocks to warn sailors of danger. Floating lights, plural of floating light. Floating market, a market where goods are sold from boats, chiefly found in Southeast and South Asia. Floating markets, plural of floating market. Floating point, of a number, written in two parts as a mantissa, also called significand, the value of the significant digits and characteristic order of magnitude / the power of a number base, e.g. 0.314159 times 10 1. Floating point operation, any simple operation, such as addition, multiplication, or division, performed on floating point numbers using a single operation. Floating point operations, plural of floating point operation. Floating point processor, synonym of floating point unit. Floating point processors, plural of floating point processor. Floating rate, a rate, usually interest or exchange values, that moves up and down with the rest of the market or along with an index. Floating rates, plural of floating rate. Floating rib, either of the two lowermost, the 11th and 12th pairs of ribs, which are attached only to the vertebrae and not to the sternum or its cartilage. Floating ribs, plural of floating rib. Floating screed, a strip of plastering laid on first to serve as a guide for the thickness of the coat. Floating screeds, plural of floating screed. Floating signifier, a signifier that is a linguistic sign, a label or slogan with a vague and variable meaning. Floating signifiers, plural of floating signifier. Floating someone's boat, present participle and gerund to float someone's boat. Floating tone, a morpheme or element of a morpheme that contains no consonants or vowels, but only tone. It cannot be pronounced by itself, but affects the tones of neighboring morphemes. Floating tones, plural of floating tone. Floating vote, a vote held by a floating voter and therefore unpredictable. Floating voter, a person who does not always vote for the same political party, but usually decides on the basis of policies. Floating voters, plural of floating voter. Floating votes, plural of floating vote. Floating wind turbine, an offshore wind turbine mounted on a floating structure that allows the turbine to generate electricity in water depths where fixed foundation turbines are not feasible. Floating wind turbines, plural of floating wind turbine. Floating wood tile, multi-layer synthetic flooring product fused together with a lamination process and simulated wood. Floating wood tiles, plural of floating wood tile. Floating point, alternative form of floating point. Floating point number, a number written in the form a times b letter 1 d9c, e.g. 3.75 times 10, 3 being the mantissa, b the base, and c the exponent. Floating point numbers, plural of floating point number. Floating point operation, alternative form of floating point operation. Floating point operations, plural of floating point operation. Floating point unit, a microprocessor that performs floating point arithmetic. In older models of computer, the FPU is not integrated into the central processing unit, but rather as a coprocessor if included at all. Floating point units, plural of floating point unit. Floating heart, alternative form of floating heart aquatic flowering plant nymphoids, SBP. Floating hearts, plural of floating heart. Floatingly, in a floating manner, so as to float or to appear to float. Floatings, plural of floating. Floatless, without a float. Float line, synonym of cork line. Float lines, plural of float line. Float maker, a builder of floats, decorated trailers, or vehicles for display in a parade or pageant. Float makers, plural of float maker. Float over, a marine construction in which an upper structure is prebuilt and then floated into position over a lower part, often used for offshore oil rigs. Float overs, plural of float over. Photovoltaic, of or referring to a photovoltaic cell designed to float in a water environment. Photovoltaics, the technology of photovoltaic cells that float in a water environment. Float plane, a seaplane that has floats for landing or taking off from the water. Float planes, plural of float plane. Floats, plural of float. Floats around, third person singular simple present indicative of float around. Floatet, third person singular simple present indicative of floatat. Floats someone's boat. Third person singular simple present indicative of float someone's boat. Flotsam, alternative form of flotsam. Flotsams, plural of flotsam. Flotsam, alternative form of flotsam. Floatstick, a device used to measure the fuel level on modern aircraft. Floatsticks, plural of floatstick. Floatstone, a kind of calcareous rock, more than 10% of which is made up of grains larger than 2 millimeters and which is matrix supported. Floatstones, plural of floatstone. Floaty, tending to float on a liquid or to rise in air or a gas, buoyant. But, spittle or phlegm, especially a piece of spittle or phlegm that has been spat out. Flawed, simple past and past participle of flaw. Flodder, to sag and wobble. Flobber, simple past and past participle of flobber. Flobbergrass, archaic form of flabbergast. Flobbergrasted, simple past and past participle of flobbergrass. Flobbergrasting, present participle and gerund of flobbergrass. Flobbergrasts, third person singular simple present indicative of flobbergrass. Flobbering, the action of the verb flobber. Flobbers, third person singular simple present indicative of flobber. Flabbe, present participle and gerund of flaw. Flotty, full of saliva. Flogber, a small cartridge designed for target shooting, a ball cap. Flowberts, plural of flowber. Flods, third person singular simple present indicative of flaw. Fly, a floccule, a soft or fluffy particle suspended in a liquid, or the fluffy mass of suspended particles so formed. Fly, alternative spelling of flock. Flux, simple past and past participle of flock. Floxi, Plural of floccus. Floccellation, picking at the bedclothes, usually seen in delirious, feverish, or dying people. Floccellations, plural of floccellation. Floccinosinilipilificate, to describe, estimate, or regard something as worthless. Floccinosinilipilificated, simple past and past participle of floccinosinilipilificate. Floccinosinilipilificates, third person singular simple present indicative of floccinosinilipilificate. Floccinosinilipilificating, present participle and gerund of floccinosinilipilificate. Floccinosinilipilification, the act or habit of describing or regarding something as unimportant, of having no value or being worthless. Floccinosinilipilificacious, unimportant, worthless. Floccing, present participle and gerund of flock. Floccipend, to regard or consider as worthless. Floccipended, simple past and past participle of floccipend. Floccipending, present participle of floccipend. Floccipens, third person singular simple present indicative of floccipend. Floccose, covered or growing in woolly tufts. Floccosely, in a floccose manner. Floccosity, the quality of being floccous. Flocculable, capable of flocculation. Flocculent, a flocculating agent. Flocculence, plural of flocculent. Floccular, of or pertaining to the flocculus. Flocculate, to collect together in a loose aggregation like flocks. Tufts of wool. Flocculated, collected together in a loose aggregation like flocks tufts of wool, or coagulated in this way. Flocculates, third person singular simple present indicative of flocculate. Flocculating, present participle and gerund of flocculate. Flocculation, a condition in which clays, polymers, or other small charged particles become attached and form a fragile structure, a flock. Flocculations, plural of flocculation. Flocculator, a machine that induces flocculation. Flocculators, plural of flocculator. Floccule, a small, loosely aggregated mass of material suspended in or precipitated from a solution, a flock. Flocculectomies, plural of flocculectomy. Flocculectomy, excision of a floccule of the brain. Flocculence, the condition of being flocculent, woolliness, flakiness. Flocculences, plural of flocculence. Flocculencies, plural of flocculency. Flocculency, the quality of being flocculent. Flocculent, flocculated, resembling bits of wool, woolly. Flocculent spiral galaxies, plural of flocculent spiral galaxy. Flocculent spiral galaxy, a spiral galaxy with discontinuous spiral arms. Flocculently, in a flocculent manner. Flocculence, plural of flocculent. Floccules, plural of floccule. Flocculi, plural of flocculus. Flocculin, any of a family of cell surface adhesins. Flocculins, plural of flocculin. Flocculon, pertaining to the nodule and flocculus of the cerebellum. Flocculonodular lobe, a lobe of the cerebellum consisting of the nodule and the flocculus. Flocculonodular lobes, plural of flocculonodular lobe. Flocculose, having very small woolly tufts. Flocculus, a small fluffy tuft. Floccunodular, misspelling of flocculonodular. Glaucus, a cloud species which consists of rounded tufts of cloud, often formed by dissipation from larger cloud species, associated with cirrus, cirrocumulus, altocumulus, and stratocumulus genera. I, a surname. Flotedage, an artistic technique in which, instead of using areas of pure and clearly separated colors, an artist interlaces, overlaps, and blends large flakes or loose broken strokes of colors. I, a surname. Flock camera, a fixed, pole-mounted camera that captures images of vehicle license plates and used to provide actionable evidence to law enforcement to help solve and reduce crime. Flock cameras, plural of flock camera. Flock paper, wallpaper coated with flock fixed with glue or size. Flock papers, plural of flock paper. Flock together, to come together in large numbers like a flock, to join with others who are similar to oneself. Flock worker's lung, an occupational lung disease caused by exposure to flock, small fibers that are glued to a backing in order to create a texture. Obsolete form of flock. Simple past and past participle of flock. Flock together. Simple past and past participle of flock together. Plotting, plural simple present of be. Flotter, one who or that which flocks, a bird species that forms flocks. Flotters, plural of flocker. Flocks, plural of flock. Flocka, third person singular simple present indicative of flock. Flottol, the amount that constitutes a flock of birds, people, etc. Flottles, plural of flockful. Fluffy, comparative form of flocky, more flocky. Flockiest, superlative form of flocky, most flocky. Flocking, present participle and gerund of flock. Flocking together, present participle and gerund of flock together. Flockings, plural of flocking. Glockless, without a flock. Glottli, resembling or characteristic of flocks. Flockling, a lot. Flocklings, plural of flockling. Flock master, a head shepherd. Flock masters, plural of flock master. Flockmate, a member of the same flock. Flockmates, plural of flockmate. Flockmule, in a flock, in flocks, in a herd. Flockhammer, someone who owns a flock of animals. Flockhammers, plural of flockhammer. Flocks, plural of flock. Flocks together, third person singular simple present indicative of flock together. Lot, simple past and past participle of flock. Clockton, a village in the metropolitan borough of Kirklees, West Yorkshire, England. OS Ridraf SC 2415. Flocktons, plural of flockton. Flockwise, in or as a flock, Flocky, abounding with flocks, tufts, floccos. Facone, the filamentous, waxy white covering of certain aphids, especially of the subfamilies Chermicidae and Pemphigonae. Flocalmathen, a particular anticoagulant. Flox, plural of flock. Flockdafni, a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug. Flocculonodular, misspelling of flocculonodular. But, initialism of facing line of dance. Flotti, a kind of potato cake made from grated potato, sometimes with bacon added. Flotis, plural of flotti. Blood, obsolete form of flood. Floats, plural of flowed. Flood, the Forest Lodge Hotel in Forest Lodge, New South Wales, Australia. Flood, simple past and past participle of flodge. Flodges, third person singular simple present indicative of flodge. Flodge, present participle and gerund of flodge. What? A low, flat mass of floating ice. Flow rat, the ringed seal animal. Flow rats, plural of flow rat. Flober, an accumulation of ice flows resembling an iceberg. Flowbergs, plural of flowber. Flower homology, a tool for studying symplectic geometry and low-dimensional topology. It is a novel invariant that arises as an infinite-dimensional analog of finite-dimensional Morse homology. Flowers, a surname from German. Flowges, plural of flowers. Or scourge as punishment. Flog a dead horse, to attempt to get more out of something that cannot give more, to attempt to arouse fresh interest in something that is either hopeless or already settled. Flog a dead pony, to attempt to get more out of something that cannot give more, to attempt to arouse fresh interest in something that is either hopeless or already settled. Flog someone round the fleet, to row a prisoner around the fleet, where he would receive a number of lashes at each ship in turn as a penalty for serious offenses. Flog the bishop, synonym of bash the bishop, to masturbate. Flog the clock, to set the clock forward in order to shorten one's time on watch. Flog the dolphin, to masturbate by stimulating one's penis. Flog the log, to masturbate by stimulating one's penis. Phlogopotamus, a teacher or tutor with a propensity for caning students. Phlogopotamus, plural of phlogopotamus. Floggable, able to be flogged. Flog, simple past and past participle of flog. Flogged a dead horse, simple past and past participle of flog a dead horse. Flogged a dead pony, simple past and past participle of flog a dead pony. Flogged the clock, simple past and past participle of flog the clock. Flogged the dolphin, simple past and past participle of flog the dolphin. Flogged the log, simple past and past participle of flog the log. Floggy, one who receives a flogging. Flotties, plural of flocky. Flogger, one who flogs. Floggers, plural of flogger. Flogger, third person singular simple present indicative of flog. Flogging, infliction of punishment by dealing blows or whipping. Flogging a dead horse, present participle and gerund to flog a dead horse. Flogging a dead pony. Present participle and gerund to flog a dead pony. Flogging the clock. Present participle and gerund to flog the clock. Flogging the dolphin. Present participle and gerund to flog the dolphin. Flogging the log. Present participle and gerund to flog the log. Floggings. Plural of flogging. Flautere. A Greek folk instrument of the end-blown flute family. A simple form of recorder. Flauteres. Plural of flautere. Floge. Misspelling of flogging. Flog-la-Chapelle. A commune in Yon department, Bourgogne-Franche-Comté, France. Flog. Third person singular simple present indicative of flog. Flogs a dead horse. Third person singular simple present indicative of flog a dead horse. Flogs a dead pony. Third person singular simple present indicative of flog a dead pony. Flogs the clock. Third person singular simple present indicative of flog the clock. Flogs the dolphin. Third person singular simple present indicative of flog the dolphin. Flogs the log. Third person singular simple present indicative of flog the log. Flogster, one who flogs or beats. Flogsters, plural of flogster. Flogworthy, worthy of flogging or to be flogged, by extension deserving of punishment. Punishable. Flower, a surname. Flois, plural of flower. Floyan, a subdivision of the Ordovician period. Placati, a hand-woven woolen rug with a thick pile. Flacatis, plural of flacati. Galamatin, a town in Escambia County, Alabama, United States. Flub, a river. Flows, plural of phloem. Thalamic sap, an oxysum antibiotic. Blown, an arrow. Blown, plural of flown. Oh, a mold, especially one made from papier-mâché, used to create a stereotype. Long, plural of flong. Hello, dated form of flu. But the flood referred to in the book of Genesis in the Hebrew Bible. Flood basalt, a large expanse of basalt lava resulting from one or more giant volcanic eruptions. Flood basalts, plural of flood basalt. Flood chute, a shortcut taken by a river or similar waterway during high water rather than following the normal meandering route. Flood chutes, plural of flood chute. Flood fill, a means of filling a discrete area with color based on coloring every pixel that can be recursively reached from a starting point. Flood fills, plural of flood fill. Flood frosting, synonym of flood icing. Floodgate, alternative form of floodgate. Floodgate. Gates, plural of floodgate. Flood geology, the attempt to interpret and reconcile geological features of the Earth in accordance with a literal belief in the global flood described in Genesis. Flood icing, a variety of royal icing thin with water so that it spreads when piped onto something. Flood map, a map showing how an area would look in case of flooding or rising sea levels. Flood maps, plural of flood map. Flood out, to pour out, to talk volubly. Flood pants, pants suitable for wear in high water. Floodplain, alternative. Form of floodplain. Floodplain toadlet, a Myobatrachid frog, Operolia inundata, endemic to central northern Australia. Floodplain toadlets, plural of floodplain toadlet. Floodplains, plural of floodplain. Flood pool, an area that is inundated during periods of flooding to prevent inundation elsewhere. Flood pools, plural of flood. Pool. Flood rock, an islet and reef in New York City, New York State, United States in Hellgate, East River, New York Harbor at the narrow end of Long Island Sound, a former rocky islet and rock reef that was destroyed in 1885 to clear the channel of this navigation hazard, that was mostly submerged at high tide, becoming a 9-acre island at low tide. Flood stage, the elevation at which water overflows the natural banks of a river or other body of water in a given portion of the body of water. Flood stages, plural of flood stage. Flood tests, the procedure in which a controlled amount of water is temporarily retained over a horizontal surface to determine the effectiveness of the waterproofing system. Flood tests, plural of flood tests. Flood the zone, to fill a relevant region of the field of play. Flood tide, the period between low tide and the next high tide of the sea as the water flows toward the shore. Flood tides, plural of flood tide. Flood water, alternative form of flood water. Flood waters, plural of flood water. Floodgate, alternative form of floodgate. Floodgates, plural of floodgate, alternative spelling of floodgates. Flood, badly affected by flooding. Flood-prone, alternative form of flood-prone. Flood tide, alternative form of flood tide. Flood tides, plural of flood tide. Floodable, able to be flooded. Flooded, flooding, inundation. Floodbank, synonym of levee. Floodbanks, plural of floodbank. Floodboard, a waterproof board placed over an opening, such as a door or window, to prevent floodwater from entering. Floodboards, plural of floodboard. Flood channel, a stream that becomes enlarged by carrying floodwater. Flood channels, plural of flood channel. Flooded, a sarcastic assertion that something that has not been satisfactorily explained by science is there for evidence of the biblical flood as described in the book of Genesis. Flooded, filled with water from rain or rivers. Flooded come, any of several eucalypts that flourish in damp soil, especially Eucalyptus grandis and Eucalyptus rudis. Flooded gums, plural of flooded gum. Flooded out, simple past and past participle of flood out. Flooded the zone, simple past and past participle of flood the zone. Floodder, a channel or device for carrying and controlling water used in flood irrigation. Flooders, plural of flooder. Floodist, second person singular simple present indicative of flood. Flood, third person singular simple present indicative of flood. Flood flow, the flow of a river in flood or of flood water. Flood flows, plural of flood flow. Floodfall, characterized by a flood or flooding. Flood gate, an adjustable gate or valve used to control the flow of water through a sluice. Floodgates, plural of floodgate. Floodgum, the flooded gum, Eucalyptus rudis. Floodgums, plural of floodgum. Flooded, comparative form of floody, more floody. Floodiest, superlative form of floody, most floody. Flooding, pronunciation spelling of flooding. Flooding, present participle and gerund of flood. Flooding out, present participle and gerund of flood out. Flooding the zone, present participle and gerund of flood the zone. Floodings, plural of flooding. Floodlamp, synonym of floodlight. Floodlamps, plural of floodlamp. Flyland, a low-lying area, especially on either side of a river, which regularly floods. Floodlands, plural of floodland. Floodless, without floods. Floodlessness, absence of floods. Flooded, a small flood. Floodlets, plural of floodlit. Floodlight, a projector of a bright beam of light for use in theaters and studios. A flood. Floodlight, simple past and past participle of floodlight. Floodlighting, present participle and gerund of floodlight. Floodlights, plural of floodlight. Floodlight, resembling or characteristic of a flood. Floodlight, lit by floodlights. Flood map, alternative form of flood map. Flood apps, plural of flood map. Flood mark, a mark indicating the height reached by the waters in a previous flood. Flood marks, plural of flood mark. Floodometer, an instrument for measuring the height of floodwater. Floodometers, plural of floodometer. Floodplain, an alluvial plain adjacent to a river formed by flooding during periods of high rain. Floodplains, plural of floodplain. Plateau, alternative form of flood pool. Plateaus, plural of flood pool. Flood prone, that is prone liable to flooding. Floodproof, resistant to flooding. Floodproof, simple past and past participle of floodproof. Floodproofing, present participle and gerund of floodproof. Floodproofs, third person singular simple present indicative of floodproof. Floods, plural of flood. Floods at, third person singular simple present indicative of flood out. Floods, the zone, third person singular simple present indicative of flood the zone. Bloodshed, a watershed that operates at a time of flooding. Floodsheds, plural of floodshed. Flood tide, alternative form of flood tide. Flood tide, plural of flood tide. Flood time, a time off in an annual season during which an area is flooded, the season when a river floods its banks. Flood times, plural of flood time. Flood wall, a man-made vertical barrier designed to temporarily contain the waters of a river or other waterway during a flood. Flood walls, plural of flood wall. Flood water, the water of a flood. Flood waters, the waters of a flood. Floodway, an engineered path to channel flood waters away from areas to be protected. Floodways, plural of floodway. Flooding, pertaining to or characteristic of a flood or flooding. Flowy, drek. Hoof, to make something fluffy, to fluff up. Hoof, simple past and past participle of floof. Hoover, an animal, especially a fluffy or big animal, and slash or a dog. Floovers, plural of floover. Floovy, comparative form of floofy, more floofy. Floofies, superlative form of floofy, most floofy. Floofiness, the quality of being floofy. Flooving, present participle and gerund of floof. Floovis, third person singular simple present indicative of floof. Floovy, feathery, puffy, light, airy, or windswept. Flooties, plural of fluty. Fluty, alternative form of floozy. Fluid, alternative form of fluey. What? A surname. Fluken, alternative form of fluken. Flukens, plural of fluken. Flux, plural of fluk. Fluty, archaic form of flucky. Flu, a flume, as in a mill flume. Flumus, plural of flume. Oh, portmanteau for flop and drew. Floor, the interior bottom or surface of a house or building, the supporting surface of a room. Floor box, a box set into the floor of an office, etc., offering multiple electrical, AV, data, and communication sockets. Floor boxes, plural of floor box. Floor broker, an independent member of an exchange who can act as a broker for other members who become overloaded with orders as an agent on the floor of the exchange. Floor brokers, plural of floor broker. Floor effect, the phenomenon in which a data gathering instrument has a lower limit to the data values it can reliably specify. Floor effects, plural of floor effect. Floor exercise, a performance on a mat-covered floor using no apparatus. Floor exercises, plural of floor exercise. Floor function, a function that maps a real number to the largest integer that is not greater than it. Floor functions, plural of floor function. Floor general, a point guard or other player who provides leadership by running the offense. Floor generals, plural of floor general. Floor heating, synonym of underfloor heating. Floor hockey, any of various hockey sports played indoors. Floor it, to depress the accelerator to the maximum extent. Floor lamp, a lamp supported by a tall vertical pole in order that light comes from above those seated in the vicinity. Floor lamps, plural of floor lamp. Floor manager, a manager who works on the shop floor and may directly interact with customers. Floor managers, plural of floor manager. Floor mat, alternative form of floor mat. Floor mats, plural of floor mat. Floor model, an example of a product that is kept in a store for customers to see. Floor models, plural of floor model. Floor 1 could eat off, an extremely clean floor. Floor piano, a large, flat novelty electronic piano-style keyboard played by stepping on the keys. Floor pianos, plural of floor piano. Floor plan. A diagram, usually to scale, showing the layout of a building. Floor plan lending, also known as wholesale lending, a form of retail goods inventory financing in which each loan advance is made against a specific piece of collateral. Floor plans, plural of floor plan. Floor puzzle, a usually large jigsaw puzzle that does not fit into a frame, meant instead to be assembled on a surface such as a floor. Floor puzzles, plural of floor puzzle. Floor show, alternative spelling of floor show. Floor shows, plural of floor show. Floor space, alternative form of floor space. Floor temperature challenge, the act or someone losing their life, often being killed in a situation involving firearms or other dangerous activities. Floor tile, a tile made from any material designed to be laid as flooring. Floor tiles, plural of floor tile. Floor trader, a member of a stock or commodities exchange who trades on the floor of that exchange for his or her own account. Floor traders, plural of floor trader. Floorboard, alternative form of floorboard. Floor filler, a music track that is likely to encourage people to dance when played at a club, etc. Floor fillers, plural of floor filler. Floor length, that reaches to the floor. Floor plan, dated form of floor plan. Floor plans, plural of floor plan. Floor space, archaic form of floor space. Floor through, an apartment which covers the entire depth of a building. Floor throughs, plural of floor through. Floor to ceiling, extending from the floor all the way up to the ceiling. Floor walker, an employee in a large shop, especially a department store, who supervises sales staff and assists customers. Floor walkers, plural of floor walker. Floored, floor space. Floorball, an indoor ball game played with a stick like hockey. Floorboard, any of the long boards laid over joists to make a floor. Floorboarder, covered or furnished with floorboards. Floorboarding, the floorboards in a building or part thereof. Floorboards, plural of floorboard. Floorbox, alternative form of floorbox. Floor boxes, plural of floorbox. Floor care, the care and maintenance of floors and carpets. Floor cess, sexual involvement between students residing in the same dormitory and the same floor. Floor cloth, a cloth normally of flannel used for cleaning floors. Floor cloths, plural of floor cloth. Floor covering, a covering for a floor. Floor coverings, plural of floor covering. Floordrobe, clothing strewn on the floor. Floordrobes, plural of floordrobe. Floor, simple past and past participle of floor. Floored, simple past and past participle of floor it. Floor, someone who floors. Lays flooring. Floors, plural of floor. Floorful, a quantity that fills or covers a floor. Floorful. Plural of floorful. Floor grip, a device used to steady firing and counter the effects of recoil, resulting in far more accurate fire when shooting in full auto mode. It can be incorporated in some rifles as part of the rail integration system. Floor grips, plural of floor grip. Floor hand, a junior worker on an oil rig, responsible for general labor and maintenance, usually more specialized tasks than those of a lease hand. Floor hands, plural of floor hand. Floorhead, any of the upper extremities of the floor of a vessel. Floorheads, plural of floorhead. Flooring, a floor. Flooring is present participle and gerund floor it. Flooring nailer, a tool designed specifically to drive a nail at about a 45-degree angle into the tongue of a tongue and groove board used for flooring. The hammer blows simultaneously pressing the board against its previously nailed match and fastening the board to subflooring. Flooring nailers, plural of flooring nailer. Flooringly, stunningly. Floorings, plural of flooring. Floor leg, alternative form of floor length. Floras, lacking a floor. Floorlessness, absence of a floor. Floorlet, a component of an interest rate floor, a derivative instrument that effectively prevents the interest payments on an otherwise variable rate loan from falling below an agreed level of the floor. Each floorlet, analyzable as a put option, covers one interest accrual period such as 3 months. The whole interest rate floor is made up of a series of consecutive floorlets. Floorlets, plural of floorlet. Floorlie, resembling or characteristic of a floor. Floorman, one who works on the shop floor of a retail establishment. Floor mat, a mat that is laid on the floor. Floormate, a person with whom one shares a floor in a building. Floormates, plural of floormate. Floormats, plural of floormats. Floormat, plural of floorman. Floorhand, a large sheet metal stamping, often incorporating smaller welded stampings, that forms the floor of a large vehicle and the position of its external and structural panels. Floor pans, plural of floor pan. Floor people, plural of floor person. Floor person, the person who works the floor, deals with customers, a floor manager. Floor persons, plural of floor person. Floor plan, alternative spelling of floor plan. Floor planning, the act of designing a floor plan electronic circuit design. Floor plans, plural of floor plan. Floor plate, a usually metal plate used as industrial flooring. Floor plates, plural of floor plate. Floors, plural of floor. Floret, third person singular simple present indicative of floret. Floors one could eat off, plural of floor one could eat off. Floor set, the process of rearranging all the goods in a store to give a fresh appearance, often according to a planogram. Floor sets, plural of floor set. Floorsful, plural of floorful. Floor show, a set of performances held in a nightclub, restaurant, or similar during the course of an evening. Floor shows, plural of floor show. Floor space, the surface area of the floor in a building. Floor spaces, plural of floor space. Floor stone, a stone making up part of a floor or flooring. Floor stones, plural of floor stone. Floor top, alternative spell. tile. Floor tiles, plural of floor tile. Floor time, a form of therapeutic intervention used mainly with autistic children, in which the therapist meets the child at its current developmental level and entices it to move up a hierarchy of developmental milestones. Floor walker, alternative form of floor walker. Floor walkers, plural of floor walker. Floor walking, the work of a floor walker, retail supervision. Forward, toward the floor. Floorwards, towards the floor. Floorway, an elevated section of floor over which one can walk. Floorways, plural of floorway. Floorwise, like a floor. Floorwoman, a female floorman. Floorwoman, plural of floorwoman. Floor, any part of dance or aerobics performed close to the floor. Fluid, plural of flu. Furs, a coin formerly used in India worth 1/10 of a danim. Floozy, alternative spelling of floozy. Fluties, plural of floozy. Floozy, alternative spelling of floozy. Fluty, a vulgar or sexually promiscuous woman, a hussy or slattern. Fluties, plural of floozy. Fluty, alternative spelling of floozy. Hut, synonym of flop. Hut, to fall heavily due to lack of energy. Flop account, a social media account used for posting things regarded as flops or failures. Flop accounts, plural of flop account. Flop down, to sit or lie in a casual or lazy manner. Flop era, a period marked by failure, lack of success, or the inability to function. Flop eras, plural of flop era. Flop for, to fall for someone, to fall in love with someone. Flop style, the technique of using the Fosbury flop when performing the high jump. Flop sweat, sweat due to nervousness, especially fear of failure. Flop sweats, plural of flop sweat. Flop tube, a weighted tube that allows fuel to be drawn from the fuel tank of an aircraft even when it is flying upside down. Flopped tubes, plural of flop tube. Flop paired, having ears that flop, having long ears which hang down loosely. Flop house, alternative form of flop house. Flop houses, plural of flop house. Flopdom, the realm of flops or failures. Flopru, alternative form of flopperoo. Floprus, plural of flop. Flophouse, a cheap hotel or boarding house where many people sleep in large rooms. Flophoused, simple past and past participle of flophouse. Flophouses, plural of flophouse. Flophousing, present participle and gerund of flophouse. Flopless, describing the asymmetric behavior of a flipase in moving a phospholipid in one direction only. Flopover, a form of television signal distortion where the displayed image appears to scroll vertically rather than remaining still. Flopovers, plural of flopover. Flotta, a caracal, especially one kept as an exotic pet. Flopdas, plural of floppa. Flopase, any enzyme that transport lipids from the cytosolic to the exoplasmic face of the cell. Flopases, plural of flopase. Flop. Simple past and past participle of flop. Flopped down. Simple past and past participle of flopped down. Flopped for. Simple past and past participle of flopped for. Plotter, one who flops. Flopperoo, a flop, an utter failure. Flopperoos, plural of flopperoo. Plotters, plural of flopper. Flotte, comparative form of floppy, more floppy. Flottes, plural of floppy. Flotties, superlative form of floppy, most floppy. Plottily, in a floppy manner. Ploppe, pronunciation spelling of flopping. Floppiness, the characteristic or quality of being floppy. Flave, present participle and gerund of flop. Flopping down, present participle and gerund of flop down. Flopping for, present participle and gerund of flop for. Floppingly, with a flopping motion. Floppings, plural of flopping. Plotty, limp, not hard, firm, or rigid, flexible. Floppy baby syndrome. Hypotoia. Floppy disk, alternative form of floppy disk. Floppy disk drive, alternative spelling of floppy disk drive. Floppy disk drives, plural of floppy disk drive. Floppy disks, plural of floppy disk. Floppy disk, a removable disk used for storing digital data measuring between 2 and 8 inches diagonally and storing between 80 KB and 240 MB. Floppy disk drive, a floppy drive, a disk drive for floppy disks. Floppy disk drives, plural of floppy disk drive. Floppy diskette, synonym of floppy disk. Floppy diskette drive, a computer hardware device to read and write data from removable soft, so-called floppy diskettes. Floppy diskette drives, plural of floppy diskette drive. Floppy diskettes, plural of floppy diskette. Floppy disks, plural of floppy disk. Floppy drive, a computer hardware device used for reading and writing on removable floppy disks, such as 3+, 5+, or 8 diskettes. Floppy drives, plural of floppy drive. Floppy eyelid syndrome, a disease typically characterized by floppy upper eyelids that can be easily evited, as well as papillary conjunctivitis. Floppy infant syndrome, hypotoia. Floppy trunk syndrome, a disorder of trunk paralysis in African bush elephants as a result of neural degeneration. Floppy wristed, making or involving a flopping motion with the wrist S. Floppidae, the foxglove digitalis purpurea. Floppidox, plural of floppidae. Floppithal, the amount of data that a floppy disk can hold. Floppithals, plural of floppiful. Flopristan, a streptogramin antibiotic. Flopropyene, a spasmolytic or antispasmodic drug. Floppus, synonym of flop. Plural of flop. Floppus, flop per second, floating point operation per second. Flops down, third person singular simple present indicative of flop down. Flops for, third person singular simple present indicative of flop for. Floppies, plural of flop. See. Flop sweat, alternative form of flop sweat. Flop sweats, plural of flop sweat. Flopsy, a given name for pet animals, typically bunny rabbits. Flop size, plural of flopsy. Flopsies, plural of flopsy. Floptastic, of an attempt or endeavor, spectacularly unsuccessful. Floptical, using a combination of magnetic and optical technology. Floptical disk, a form of floppy disk whose head tracking was optically controlled, superseded by compact disk technology. Floptical disks, plural of floptical disk. Flopticals, plural of floptical. Floptie, a genre of TikTok videos typically low quality shitposts similar to those of Stan Twitter. Floptoker, someone who consumes or creates floptalk videos. Flopulous, a failed populist. Flopwing, a bird. The lapwing. Flopwings, plural of flopwing. Floor, a film of yeast that develops on the surface of some wines during fermentation, induced deliberately during the production of sherry. Flor, alternative form of FL Flort. Flor, the goddess of flowers, nature and spring. She is also the wife of Favonius and the mother of Carpos. She is the Roman counterpart of Chloris. Flora and fauna, plants and animals living in a place or area. Flora Day, a celebration of the passing of winter and the arrival of spring, taking place on 8 May in Helston, Cornwall. Flora's paintbrush, any of various plants of the genus Amelia. Floribama, the panhandle region of Florida, where the culture and accent of the people are hardly distinguishable from that of Alabama, that can be said to be part of the Deep South. Floridora, the spelling of Floridora. Floridoras, plural of Floridora. Flori, plural of flora. Floral, of, pertaining to, or connected with flowers. Floral clock, synonym of flower clock. Floral clocks, plural of floral clock. Floral envelope, synonym of perianth. Floral envelopes, plural of floral envelope. Floral formula, a textual notation representing the structure of particular types of flowers. Indicating the numbers of organs, etc. Floral larceny, any natural nectar foraging behavior that potentially disrupts pollination, such as removing nectar from the floral opening or from between the petals. Floral white, a faint pinkish white color. Floral whites, plural of floral white. Floralia, an ancient Roman festival in honor of the goddess Flora, held on April 27 during the Republican era, or April 28 in the Julian calendar. Florality, the quality of being floral. Floralize, to make floral. Floralize, simple past and past participle of floralize. Floralizes, third person singular simple present indicative of floralize. Floralizing, present participle and gerund of floralize. Florally, in a floral way, with flowers or something that suggests them. Floralness, the quality of being floral. Florals, plural of floral. Floral turbation, soil bioturbation caused by plants, for example by root growth or the uprooting of trees. Floramer, obsolete form of floramer. Floramers, plural of floramer. Floramer, the plant love lies bleeding. Floramers, plural of floramer. Florin, tin or scarcely perceptible in the stone. Florence, a female given name. Florange, a commune in Moselle Department, Grand Est, France. Florinal, the Vassor-Laxenchromon derivative 2R3R357 trihydroxy 2,2-hydroxyphenyl 6-methoxy 8,3-methyl but 2-anyl 2,3-dihydrochrome 4,1. Florantirum, a drug used in the treatment of biliary dyskinesia. It is a chalagogue and choletic. Floras, plural of flora. Florate, of pertaining to or decorated with flowers, floral. Florbitapier, a radiopharmaceutical compound containing the radionuclide fluorine 18 used in diagnosing Alzheimer's disease. Flordipine, a calcium channel blocker. Florida, a village and civil parish in South Norfolk District, Norfolk, England. OS Grid Ref TM 1897. 4. A village and civil parish in West Northamptonshire District, Northamptonshire, England, formerly in Daventry District. Floria, a surname. Floral, the 8th month of the French Republican calendar, from April 20 or 21 to May 19 or 20. Florial, floral, flowery. Florals, plural of floral. Florina, an island of San Cristobal Canton, Galapagos, Ecuador. Florias, plural of floria. Foyer, alternative form of floriated. Floriated, decorated with floral ornamentation. Flordo, a vasodilator. Flora, a surname. Florex, plural of florac. Florence, the capital city of Tuscany, Italy, and capital city of the metropolitan city of Florence. Florence County, one of 46 counties in South Carolina, United States. County seat, Florence. Florence fennel, synonym of Finocchio fennel cultivar. Florence fennels, plural of Florence fennel. Florence flask, a glass flask with a round body used in a laboratory for holding chemical liquids and solutions, normally with a round bottom for uniform heating, but may have a flattened base to stand on a flat surface without support. Florence flasks, plural of Florence flask. Florence Nightingale, an outstanding nurse. Florence Nightingale effect, a trope where a caregiver falls in love with their patient, even if very little communication or contact takes place outside of basic care. Florence Nightingales, plural of Florence Nightingale. Florence syndrome, synonym of Stendhal syndrome. Florence Graham, a census-designated place in Los Angeles County, California, United States. Florences, plural of Florence. Florenceville, Bristol, a town in Carleton County, New Brunswick, Canada. Florenceo, a surname. Florenceos, plural of Florencio. Florenside. A rare earth phosphate mineral having a yellow to brown color. Florendo, a surname. Florendos, plural of Florendo. Florenskite, an orthorhombic dipyramidal cream white mineral containing iron, nickel, phosphorus, and titanium. Florensavi, an isometric hexacohedral black mineral containing antimony, chromium, copper, and sulfur. Florent, a male given name from French. Florentine, of, from, or relating to the city of Florence, Tuscany, Italy. Florentine beefsteak, synonym of Tuscan porterhouse. Florentine beefsteaks, plural of Florentine beefsteak. Florentine flaunting, a two-handed style of flagellation involving the rhythmic use of a pair of matching flaughters, one in each hand. Florentine steak, synonym of Tuscan porterhouse. Florentine steaks, plural of Florentine steak. Florentines, plural of Florentine. Florentinism, behaviors or attitudes characteristic of the Italian city of Florence. Florentinisms, plural of Florentinism. Florentino, a surname. Florentinos, plural of Florentino. Florentium, disused nomenclature. Prometheum. Flores, an island of the Azores Autonomous Region, Portugal in the North Atlantic. Flores man, an extinct hominid who lived in Indonesia. Flores men, plural of Flores man. Flores Minivet, synonym of Little Minivet. Flores Minivets, plural of Flores Minivet. Floresa, a surname from Spanish. Floresas, plural of Floresa. Florescence, the time or the condition of budding or flowering. Florescences, plural of fluorescence. Fluorescent, flowering or budding. Floresu, a surname from Romanian. Floresas, plural of floresu. Fluorescence, a floral essence. Fluorescences, plural of fluorescence. Florsty, a city and district of Moldova. Florsty Stonesti, a commune of Giurgiu County, Romania. Floresville, a city, the county seat of Wilson County, Texas, United States. Florist, a small flower, especially one of a cluster in a composite flower. Florida, having the specified kind or number of florets. Floritas, without a floret. Florets, plural of floret. Floret, alternative spelling of floret. Florete, alternative form of florety. Floret, plural of floret. Florety, decorated finished at the ends with floricilis which, unlike a cross flory, are attached in their entirety to the arms of the couped cross rather than the arms developing into that shape. Floridum, a garden where flowers are grown for research purposes. Flori, a surname. Flores, plural of Flori. Flores, Flores, a surname from Spanish. Florphenicol, a synthetic fluorinated analog of thiamphenicol. Flor, relating to flowers. Flor, bloom, blossom. Floriano, a surname. Florianopolis, a municipality, the state capital of Santa Catarina, Brazil. Florianos, plural of Floriano. Floyate, synonym of floriated. Florated, having floral ornaments. Floration, ornamentation by means of flower forms, either realistic or stylized. Floriations, plural of floriation. Floribama, the panhandle area of Florida, which borders on Alabama and has cultural similarities to Alabama. Floribine, describing a type of cuisine which blends Floridian and Caribbean elements. Floribunda, a rose cultivar having large sprays of small flowers made by crossing Polyantha and hybrid tea rose varieties. Floribundas, plural of Floribunda. Floribunda saponin, a particular steroid glycoside. Floribunda quinone, a naphthaquinone anthraquinone dimer present in some plants. Floribundity, the condition of being a floribunda. Florican, either of two species in the bustard family Oddity Halberopsis bengalensis or Cyphiatides indicus. Floricane, a stem of some species of rubus in its second year of growth when it bears flowers. Floricanes, plural of floricane. Floricans, plural of florican. Floricide, the killing of a flower. Floricides, plural of floricide. Floricolous, relating to fungi of the family Floricolaceae or specifically to the genus Floricola. Floricomus, having the head adorned with flowers. Floricultural, of or pertaining to floriculture. Floriculturally, in terms of floriculture. Floriculture, the farming of flowers. Floricultures, plural of floriculture. Floriculturist, a person who farms flowers. Floriculturists, plural of floriculturists. Flori. Having a rosy or pale red color, ruddy. Florida, a state of the United States. Capital, Tallahassee. Largest city, Jacksonville. Florida anise, a tall, evergreen American shrub, Elysium floridanum, having red star-shaped flowers and a strong scent. Florida arrowroot, Zamia integrifolia. Florida bay, a bay located between southern Florida and the Florida Keys. Florida bean, the large, roundish, flattened seed of Mucuna urens. Florida beans, plural of Florida bean. Florida black wolf, an extinct subspecies of Canis lupus that was endemic to Florida. Florida black wolves, plural of Florida black wolf. Florida city, a city in Miami-Dade County, Florida, United States. Florida dogwood, synonym of flowering dogwood, Cornus, Florida. Florida flam, burning catching fire during execution by electric chair. Florida flambe, alternative form of Florida flam. Florida flams, plural of Florida flam. Florida flambés, plural of Florida flambe. Florida green, a pale mint green color. Florida honeymoon, dirty weekend. Florida honeymoons, plural of Florida honeymoon. Florida horse conch, Triplofusus giganteus, a large predatory snail, native the Gulf of Mexico and Caribbean and the adjacent waters of the western Atlantic to North Carolina. Florida horse conches, plural of Florida horse conch. Florida Keys, a coral cay archipelago located off the southern coast of Florida. Florida man, a personification of the outrageous crimes and occurrences in the U.S. state of Florida. Florida panther, Pumacan color cougar, an endangered cougar that lives in forests and swamps of southern Florida in the United States. Florida panthers, plural of Florida panther. Florida peninsula, a peninsula forming much of the state of Florida, United States. Florida room, synonym of sunroom, especially one without heating and enclosed with screens rather than glass windows. Florida rooms, plural of Florida room. Florida scrub jay, a Philocoma coerulescens, native to Central Florida. Florida scrub jays, plural of Florida scrub jay. Florida State, ellipsis of Florida State University. Florida Straits, synonym of Straits of Florida. Florida Straits, synonym of Straits of Florida. Florida water, a type of eau de cologne with a sweet citrusy scent originating in the United States. Florida waters, plural of Florida water. Florida Blanca, a municipality of Pampanga, Philippines. Florida, synonym of Floridian or relating to the state of Florida in the United States of America. Floridans, plural of Floridan. Fluoride, misspelling of fluoride. Florian, relating to or characteristic of red algae of the subplus fluoride. Florians, plural of Floridian. Floridian, any red alga of the class Floridiaceae. Floridiaceans, plural of Floridiacean. Floridae, any red alga of the class Floridiaceae. Florida Heights, plural of Floridiaceae. Floridius, synonym of Floridian. Fluorides, misspelling of fluorides. Fluoridus, superlative form of florid, most florid. Floridian, of or pertaining to Florida or its culture. Floridiana, artifacts relating to the state of Florida in the United States. Floridians, plural of Floridian. Florida, a native or resident of Florida, a Floridian. Floridas, plural of Florida. Floridization, alternative spelling of floridization. Floridities, plural of floridity. Floridity, bapapity being florid. Floridization, the process of coming to resemble the U.S. state of Florida in some respect. Floridize, to make or become Floridian. Floridly, in a florid manner. Floridness, the quality of being florid. Floridnesses, plural of floridness. Florido, a surname from Spanish. Floridos, plural of Florido. Floridocide, a heterocyte, 2-O-D-galactopyranacylglycerol, present in the microalga Galderia sulfuraria. Floridsdorf, a district in northeast Vienna, Austria. Florithni, an analgesic drug. Floriferous, that bears flowers, especially lots of flowers. Floriferously, in a floriferous manner. Floriferousness, quality of be floriferous or bearing many flowers. Florification, fluorescence. Florifications, plural of florification. Floriform, shaped like a flower. Florigen, a supposed hormone that causes flowering in plants. Florigenic, promoting flowering or the formation of flowers. Florigens, plural of florigen. Florigerous, bearing flowers. Florographic, rare spelling of floriographic. Florography, alternative form of floriography. Florican, alternative spelling of florican. Floricans, plural of florican. Florican, alternative spelling of florican. Floricans, plural of florican. Florican, alternative spelling of florican. Floricans, plural of florican. Floralage, a treatise on flowers. Floralages, plural of floralage. Floralgia, plural of florilegium. Florilegium, a collection of flowers. Florilegiums, plural of florilegium. Florimania, a passion or penchant for flowers. Florimer, obsolete form of florimer. Florimers, plural of florimer. Florin, a census-designated place in Sacramento County, California, United States. Florina, a city in northern Greece near the border with the former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia/Republic of North Macedonia. Florinda, a female given name from Latin. Florins, plural of florin. Floriographer, one who studies floriography. Floriographers, plural of floriographer. Floriographe, of or relating to floriography. Floriographies, plural of floriography. Floriography, communication through the use of flowers, with different types of flowers having particular symbolic meanings. Floriparous, bearing flowers. Floripandeo, the flowering plant Brugmansia arborea. Floripandeos, plural of Floripandeo. Floris, a male given name from Dutch. Florisbad, a provincial heritage site in Brandfort in the Free State province of South Africa, known for the Florisbad skull that was discovered in 1932. Florissant, a city in St. Louis County, Missouri, United States. Florist, a person who sells flowers. Florists, a shop that sells flowers, a flower shop. Floristic, describing a region with a relatively uniform composition of plant species. Floristical, floristic. Floristically, in a floristic manner, according to flora. Floristics, the scientific study of the distribution of plants, especially on the regional level. Floriston, a census-designated place in Nevada County, California, United States. Floristries, plural of floristry. Floristry, production, commerce, and trade in flowers. Florists, plural of florists. Florists, plural of florists. Floristy, typical of what a florist produces. Florida, a female given name from Spanish. Florivore, any organism that consumes flowers as the main part of its diet. Florivores, plural of florivore. Florivorous, that eats flowers. Florivory, the condition of being florivorous. Forte, a surname. Floro, a surname from Italian. Floridora, any of the chorus girls from the Edwardian in musical comedy Florodera, selected for their beauty. Floroderas, plural of Florodera. Florum, a border worked with flowers. Floroons, plural of floroon. Floros, plural of flora. Floros 9, a pyrrolizidine alkaloid. Floy, a shortened form of the female given names Flora and Florence. Floors, plural of flor. Flordicipir, a radioactive agent used in positron emission tomography. Flirt, lived, used in biographies to indicate a time period during which a person is known to have been alive, when dates of birth and slash or death are not known. Florts, plural of flirt. Florula, flora of a small area, a small flora. Florulent, flowery, blossoming. Flory, a surname. Flory-Fox equation. In polymer chemistry, a simple empirical formula that relates molecular weight to the glass transition temperature of the polymer system. Flories, plural of flory. Flourish, obsolete form of flourish. Flourish, obsolete form of flourish. Flourishes, plural of flourish. Flory, plural of flora. Flows vary, a variety of aragonite occurring in delicate white colloidal forms, common in beds of iron ore. Floscular, flosculus. Floscularian, any of the rotifers of the genus Floscularia. Floscularians, plural of floscularian. Floscularia, any rotifer in a family Flosculariidae. Flosculariids, plural of flosculariid. Floscule, a floret. Floscules, plural of floscule. Flosculose, alternative form of flosculus. Flosculus, consisting of florets. Flusquinum, a particular quinolone vasodilator. Flusquinoxin, a novel quinolone antibiotic used to treat bacterial infections. By, alternative form of floss fibers of corn cob, bean plants, etc. Flash, plural of flash. Flash, abbreviation of free/libre/open source software. Flash, a thread used to clean the gaps between the teeth. Floss hole, a hole at the back of a metallurgical furnace through which the slag is removed. Floss holes, plural of floss hole. Floss pick, synonym of floss or dental tool. Floss picks, plural of floss pick. Floss silk, raw silk, having the appearance of cotton wool, once used for embroidery and as dental floss. Floss silks, plural of floss silk. Floss silk, alternative spelling of floss silk. Floss silks, plural of floss silk. Flossable, capable of being flossed. Floss, simple past and past participle of floss. Flosser, one who flosses the teeth. Flossers, plural of flosser. Flosses, plural of floss. Flossable, alternative form of flossable. Fly, a diminutive of the female given name Florence. Flahe, comparative form of flossy, more flossy. Flosses, plural of flossy. Flossy, superlative form of flossy. Most flossy. Flossily, in a flossy manner. Flossiness, the quality of being flossy. Flossing, the act of removing food and plaque from one's teeth using dental floss. Flossings, plural of flossing. Floss-like, resembling or characteristic of floss. Fly, a female given name, diminutive of Florence. Flossy pork, Ralphsire. Flossoli, a cyclooxygenase inhibitor. Forward line of own troops. Front line. Flota, a fleet, especially a fleet of Spanish ships which formerly sailed every year from Cadiz to Veracruz in Mexico to transport to Spain products from Spanish America. Floated, the state of floating. Flottages, plural of flattage. Floatant, represented as flying, fluttering, or floating midair or in water. Floatants, plural of flossing. Floatus, plural of floata. Floatate, to float. Floatate, simple past and past participle of floatate. Floatates, third person singular simple present indicative of floatate. Floating, present participle and gerund of floatate. Floating point, misconstruction of floating point. Flotation, a state of floating or being afloat. Flotation costs, the selling cost or distribution cost of issuing new securities. Flotation costs, plural of flotation costs. Flotation tank, isolation tank. Flotation tanks, plural of flotation tank. Flotation therapy, a form of therapy that involves floating in a tank of warm salt water, supposed to aid various conditions such as hypertension and arthritis. Flotational, pertaining to flotation. Flotations, plural of flotation. Float, simple past of flight. Floated, simple past and past participle of float. Floatal, a ship converted to a permanently moored hotel. Floatals, plural of floatal. Flotel, of an electoral district composed of two or more towns or precincts due to an inability of either town to produce a sufficient constituency for its own representation. Flotels, plural of flotel. Float, plural of float. Flutter, a miry bog. Fluthers, plural of flutter. Flotillon, misspelling of flotillon. Flotilla, a small fleet of warships usually of the same class, or a fleet of small ships. Flotillas, plural of flotilla. Flotillon, any of a group of proteins responsible for creating ordered platforms or rafts of lipids. Flotillons, plural of flotillon. Floating, present participle and gerund of float. Florja, a small achealet located in the Aland Sea. Flotsam, debris floating in a river or sea, in particular fragments from a shipwreck. Flotsam and jetsam, the remains of a shipwreck still floating in the water. Flotsams, plural of flotsam. Flotsam, dated form of flotsam. Flotsams, plural of flotsam. Flotten, alternative form of flottant. Flotten, to down, Flodum, a surname from Norwegian. Flodums, plural of Flodum. Flodus, acronym of First Lady of the United States. Flodus says, plural of Flotus. Fla, obsolete spelling of flood. Flouds, plural of floud. Fluey, alternative form of floofy. Flounce, to move in a bouncy, exaggerated manner. Flounce post, a melodramatic posting announcing one's departure from a group or forum. Flounce posts, plural of flounce posts. Flounced, having flounces. Ruffled. Flouncer, one who flounces. Flouncers, plural of flouncer. Flounces, third person singular simple present indicative of flounce. Flouncy, dated spelling of flouncy. Flouncier, comparative form of flouncy, more flouncy. Flounciest, superlative form of flouncy, most flouncy. Flouncily, in a flouncy manner. Flounciness, the state or quality of being flouncy. Flouncing, present participle and gerund of flounce. Flouncingly, in a flouncing manner. Flouncings, plural of flouncing. Flouncy, moving with a flounce, a bouncy, exaggerated manner, an act. Departing in a dramatic, haughty way that draws attention to oneself. Flounder, a European species of flatfish having dull brown coloring with reddish-brown blotches. Fluke, European flounder platych these flessus. Flounder, simple past and past participle of flounder. Flounderer, one who flounders, who behaves clumsily without direction. Flounderers, plural of flounderer. Floundering, present participle and gerund of flounder. Flounderingly, in a floundering manner, with awkward struggles. Flounderings, plural of floundering. Flounderish, that flounders, that moves with awkward struggles. Flounderly, resembling a flounder. Flounderling, a small or young flounder. Flounderlings, plural of flounderling. Flounders, a surname. Flour, powder obtained by grinding or milling cereal grains, especially wheat, or other foodstuffs such as soybeans and potatoes, and used to bake bread, cakes, and pastry. Flower beetle, any of several beetle species, genera Tribolium, Gnathosaurus, and others in family Tenebionidae that are found in grain and grain products. Flower beetles, plural of flower beetle. Flower corn, Zmaisvar amylacea, a variety of corn with a soft starchy endosperm and a thin pericarp. Flower gold, fine gold dust and low-grain nuggets commonly recovered by prospectors. Flour mill, alternative form of flour mill. Flour mills, plural of flour mill. Flour mite, the Mitocaris syro, a pest of stored grains and flour. Flour mites, plural of flour mite. Flour moth, any one of several small moths of the Pyralidae family whose larvae feed on flour. Flour moths, plural of flour moth. Flour treatment agent, a food additive added to flour in order to improve its properties. Flour treatment agents, plural of flour treatment agent. Flower de lis, obsolete form of fleur de lis. Flower monger, a seller of flower. Flower, simple past and past participle of flower. Fluorescence, misspelling of fluorescence. Fluorescent, misspelling of fluorescent. Flowery, comparative form of flowery, more flowery. Floweriest, superlative form of flowery, most flowery. Flowerily, in a flowery manner. Flowering, misspelling of fluorine. Flowerines, plural of flowering. Floweriness, the state or condition of being flowery. Flowering, present participle and gerund of flower. Flourish, to thrive or grow well. Flourishable, able or fit to be flourished. Flourished, simple past and past participle of flourish. Flourisher, one who flourishes. Flourishers, plural of flourisher. Flourishes, third person singular simple present indicative of flourish. Flourishest, second person singular simple present indicative of flourish. Flourisha, third person singular simple present indicative of flourish. Flourishing, growing, thriving, prospering. Flourishingly, in a flourishing way, tending to succeed and grow. Flourishings, plural of flourishing. Flourishly, in a flourishing way. Flourishment, the act or state of flourishing. Flourishments, plural of flourishment. Flourish, flourishing, characterized by flourishes. Flowerless, without flower, made without the use of flower. Flowerly, resembling flower. Flowerman, a man who sells flour. Flowerman, plural of flowerman. Flour mill, any gristmill. Flour mills, plural of flour mill. Flour mire, alternative form of flour monger. Flower moners, plural of flower moner. Flower knot, a surname. Flower noise, plural of flower knot. Fluorodeoxyglucose, misspelling of fluorodoxyglucose. Fluorodeoxyuridine, misspelling of fluorodoxyuridine. Fluoroquinolum, misspelling of fluoroquinolone. Flowers, plural of flower. Flour sack, a sack for flour. Flour sacks, plural of flour sack. Flowery, resembling flower. Flowery baker, a large cicada, Alida curvicosta, of eastern Australia, having white filaments covering the body that give the impression of a dusting of flour. Flowery miller. Flowery bakers, plural of flowery baker. Flowery miller, the flowery baker cicada of eastern Australia. Flowery millers, plural of flowery miller. Plus, to splash. Plus, simple past and past participle of flouse. Flout is third person singular simple present indicative of flouse. Flush, alternative form of flouse to splash. Flashed, simple past and past participle of floush. Flav is third person singular simple present indicative of floush. Flashing, present participle and gerund of flausch. Flausing, present participle and gerund of flaus. Let, to express contempt for laws, rules, etc. by word or action. Flautet, to criticize harshly, to mock, to insult or jeer. Flouted, simple past and past participle of flout. Flouted at, simple past and past participle of flout at. Flouter, a person who flouts. Flouters, plural of flouter. Flautist, second person singular simple present indicative of flout. Flouted, third person singular simple present indicative of flout. Flouting, present participle and gerund of flout. Flouting at, present participle and gerund of floutet. Flouting, with flouting, insultingly. Floutings, plural of flouting. Flouts, third person singular simple present indicative of flout. Flouts at, third person singular simple present indicative of flout at. Fluvagatra, a thrombolytic drug. Movement in people or things characterized with a continuous motion involving either a non-solid mass or a multitude. Flow batteries, plural of flow battery. Flow battery, a form of electrochemical storage cell in which electrolyte flows between connected tanks, the direction of flow being opposite when the cell is charging and discharging, used to store electricity from intermittent suppliers such as wind farms. Flow blue, a style of white earthenware, sometimes porcelain, that originated in the Regency era among the Staffordshire potters of England. Flow cell, a part of a flow cytometer in which a stream of cells is aligned to pass one at a time through a light beam. Flow cells, plural of flow cell. Flow chart, a schematic representation of how the different stages in a process are interconnected. Flow charts, plural of flow chart. Flow control, the management of the data transmission rate between two nodes to prevent a fast sender from outrunning a slow receiver. Flow cytometer, a cytometer used in flow cytometry. Flow cytometers, plural of flow cytometer. Flow cytometry, a technique used to sort and classify cells by using fluorescent markers on their surface. Flow diagram, a diagram representing a flow or set of dynamic relationships in a system. Flow diagrams, plural of flow diagram. Flow field, the distribution of the density and velocity of a fluid over space and time. Flow fields, plural of flow field. Flow meter, alternative form of flow meter. Flow meters, plural of flow meter. Flow motion, the rhythmic fluctuation of the flow of blood in the capillaries. Flow network, a directed graph where each edge has a capacity and each edge receives a flow. Flow networks, plural of flow network. Flow-on effect, alternative form of flow-on effect. Flow-on effects, plural of flow-on effect. Flow out, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, to come out in a flowing motion. Flow production, mass production. Flow rate, alternative form of flow rate. Flow rates, plural of flow rate. Flow sheet, alternative form of flow sheet. Flow sheets, plural of flow sheet. Flow stress. The instantaneous value of stress pressure required to continue plastically deforming a material past the yield point, typically denoted as YF or sigma F. Flow stresses. Plural of flow stress. Flow tracer. Any fluid property that is used to track the flow velocity and circulation patterns. Flow tracers. Plural of flow tracer. Flow variable. A variable whose value depends on a period of time rather than an instant, example being the gross domestic product. Flow variables. Plural of flow variable. Flow. Simple past and past participle of flow. Flower. Alternative form of flower. Flowers. Archaic spelling of floweret. Florets. Plural of floret. Flow is plural of flower. Flow on. A wage adjustment or an improvement in working conditions made as a consequence of one already made in a similar or related occupation. Flow on effect. The indirect effect of an action that rises when the immediate result causes similar effects in additional settings. Flow on effects. Plural of flow on effect. Flow-ons. Plural of flow on. Flowabilities. Plural of flowability. Flowability. Quality are degree of fluids and loose particulate solids being flowable. Flowable. That is able to flow. Flowid. A flowing or overflowing of liquid. Flowages. Plural of flowage. Flowant. That which flows, fluid. Flowants. Plural of flowant. Flowback. The flowing backward of a fluid. Flowbacks. Plural of flowback. Flow cell. Alternative spelling of flow cell. Flow cells. Plural of flow cell. Flow chart. Alternative spelling of flow chart. Flow charter. It is a software program that generates flow charts. Flow charters. Plural of flow charter. Flow charting. The design and construction of flow charts. Flow charts. Plural of flow chart. Flow-cytometer. Alternative form of flow cytometer. Flow-cytometers. Plural of flow-cytometer. Flow-cytometric. Relating to flow cytometry. Flow-cytometrical. Alternative form of flow-cytometric. Flow-cytometrically. By means of flow cytometry. Flow cytometry. Alternative form of flow cytometry. Flow down. The process by which something flows downward. Flow downs. Plural of flow down. What? A surname. Flow. Simple past and past participle of flow. Flowed out. Simple past and past participle of flow out. Flowing. Past participle of flow. Flower. An unincorporated community in Braxton County, West Virginia, United States. Flower arrangement. A display of cut flowers, typically given as a gift. Flower arrangements. Plural of flower arrangement. Flower bed. Alternative spelling of flower bed. Flower beds. Plural of flower bed. Flower beetle. Any beetle which feeds upon flowers, especially any of numerous small species of the genus Melages, some of which are harmful to crops. Flower beetles. Plural of flower beetle. Flower bond, a treasury bond that could be purchased at less than face value, but upon the holder's death could be redeemed for full face value for the purpose of paying federal estate taxes. Flower bonds, plural of flower bond. Flower box, a container in which flowers or plants are grown, usually affixed outside just below a window. Flower boxes, plural of flower box. Flower bug, a pirate bug. Flower bugs, plural of flower bug. Flower car, a vehicle used to carry funerary paraphernalia honoring the dead, especially floral wreaths, in a funeral procession. Flower cars, plural of flower car. Flower chafer, any scarabioid beetle in the subfamily Cetanini of more than 500 genera. Flower chafers, plural of flower chafer. Flower child, a hippie involved with the flower power movement. Flower children, plural of flower child. Flower clock, an assemblage of flowers which open and close at different hours of the day, thus indicating the time. Flower clocks, plural of flower clock. Flower cluster, a group or cluster of flowers arranged on a stem that is composed of a main branch or a system of branches. Flower clusters, plural of flower cluster. Flower crown, a crown made of brightly colored flowers. Flower crowns, plural of flower crown. Flower de lis, archaic form of fleur de lis. Flower de lis, obsolete form of fleur de lis. Flower de luz, obsolete form of fleur de lis. Flower flies, plural of flower fly. Flower fly, a butterfly. Flower garden, a solitaire card game starting with 36 cards, 6 columns of 6 cards each on the tableau. The 16 leftover cards become the reserve, also called the bouquet. Flower garden, a garden where flowers are grown for decorative purposes. Flower gardens, plural of flower garden. Flower girl, a participant in a wedding procession whose responsibility is usually to spread flower petals on the floor before the bride or to carry a bouquet of flowers. Flower girls, plural of flower girl. Flower head, a compact cluster of florets having the appearance of a single flower as in the daisy family. Flower heads, plural of flower head. Flower hill, any of several towns in North America. Flower hoe, a hoe with a very small blade used for weeding around growing plants without disturbing them. Flower hose, plural of flower hoe. Flower longhorn, lepturine beetle of the subfamily Lepturini. Flower mantis, any of various praying mantis species that mimic flowers to attract prey and avoid predators. Flower mantises, plural of flower mantis. Flower moon, a full moon in May. Flower moons, plural of flower moon. Flower moth, any of various moths that conspicuously feed on or are pests of flowers, including among many. Flower moths, plural of flower moth. Flower Mound, an incorporated town located in Denton and Tarrant counties in the U.S. state of Texas. Flower of Jove, Silene Phlos Javus sin. Lichys Phlos Javus, a flowering plant in the family Caryophyllaceae. Flower of the flock, something exceedingly good or the best of its type. Flower petal, a petal of a flower. Flower petals, plural of flower petal. Flower pot, alternative form of flower pot. Flower pot, plural of flower pot. Flower power, a counterculture movement that started in the United States in the 1960s, advocating peace and love over militarism and materialism. Flower service, a church service where offerings of flowers are made to be afterwards sent to hospitals. Flower services, plural of flower service. Flower estate, Florida. Flower sticks, a set of two-hand sticks and a third, softer, high-grip flower stick used for juggling. Flower wall, a decorative backdrop resembling a wall made from a solid mass of flowers. Flower walls, plural of flower wall. Flower water, water with a floral aroma such as rose water and orange blossom water. Flower weevil, any weevil of the subfamily Bardini, sometimes found around flowers. Flower wheels, plural of flower weevil. Flowers Cove, a town in Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Flower bearing, flowering, bearing flowers. Flower bed, alternative form of flower bed. Flower beds, plural of flower bed. Fleur-de-lis, archaic form of fleur-de-lis. Flower de-luce, obsolete form of fleur-de-lis. Flower fence, a tropical leguminous bush, Caesalpinia pulcherrima, sin. Pointina pulcherrima with prickly branches and showy yellow or red flowers. Flower fences, plural of flower fence. Flower flies, plural of flower fly. Flower fly, the hover fly. Flower gentle, a species of Amaranthus tricolor. Flower gentles, plural of flower gentle. Flower of an hour, the plant Hibiscus traianum. Flower petal, alternative spelling of flower petal. Flower petals, plural of flower petal. Flower pot, alternative form of flower pot. Flower potful, alternative form of flower potful. Flower pots, plural of flower pot. Flower strewn, strewn with flowers. Flower sweet, as sweet or attractive as a flower. Flowerage, flowers considered collectively or in general. Flowerages, plural of flowerage. Flower bearing, alternative form of flower bearing. Flower bed, a part of a garden or park where flowers are grown. Flower beds, plural of flower bed. Flower box, alternative spelling of flower box. Flower boxes, plural of flower box. Flowerdew, a surname from Old French. Flowerdews, plural of flowerdew. Flower, that has produced flowers. Flowered silver, the standard alloy of silver with copper and lead used in the ingot currency of Burma. Flowerer, something originally a plant that flowers often in a specified manner or at a specified time. Flowerers, plural of flowerer. Flowerist, second person singular simple present indicative of flower. Floweret, a floret or small or component flower. Floweret, third person singular simple present indicative of flower. Flowerets, plural of floweret, Floweret. Alternative spelling of floweret. Flowerets. Plural of floweret. Flowerflies. Plural of flowerfly. Flowerfly. Alternative spelling of flowerfly. Flowerful. Flowery. Abundant in flowers. Flowerhead. Alternative form of flowerhead. Flowerheads. Plural of flowerhead. Flower worn. A brightly colored ornamental cichlids with a distinctive nutshell hump. Flower horns. Plural of flower horn. Flowery. Comparative form of flowery. More flowery. Floweriest. Superlative form of flowery. Most flowery. Flowerily. In a flowery way. Floweriness. The quality of being flowery. Flowerinesses. Plural of floweriness. Flowering. Present participle and gerund of flower. Flowering ash. An ash tree native to southern Europe and southwest Asia. Fraxinus ornis. Flowering ashes. Plural of flowering ash. Flowering currant. A plant rides sanguineum. Flowering desert. The blossoming of a wide variety of flowers in the Atacama Desert, Chile, between September and November in years of unusually high rainfall. Flowering deserts. Plural of flowering desert. Flowering dogwood. Cornus Florida. A species of flowering plant native to North America. Flowering dogwoods. Plural of flowering dogwood. Flowering maple. Any of several plants of the genus Abutilon. Flowering plant. Any plant that produces flowers and fruit, an angiosperm. Flowering plants. Plural of flowering plant. Flowering quince. Any of several plants of kinomals native from Bhutan to Japan, introduced elsewhere as ornamentals. Flowering rush. Euthymus umbellatus, native in Eurasia, considered invasive in North America. Flowering rushes. Plural of flowering rush. Flowering Sunday. The sixth Sunday in Lent. The Sunday before Easter, Palm Sunday. Flowering tea. A type of tea originating in China consisting of a bundle of dried tea leaves and one or more dried flowers, made to unfurl decoratively like a blossoming flower when hot water is added to steep it. Flowering teas. Plural of flowering tea. Flowerings. Plural of flowering. Flower kind. Flowers taken collectively. Flowerless. Without flowers. Flowerlessness. The absence of flowers. Flowerlet. A little flower. Flowerlets. Plural of flowerlet. Flowerlike. Resembling a flower, especially in shape. Flowerling. A small flower, a flowerlet. Flowerlings. Plural of flowerling. Flowerly. Resembling a flower, flowery. Flower minx. Synonym of killminx. Flowerness. The quality of being a flower. Flower packer. Any member of the family Dictyidea of passerine birds, many of which feed on nectar. Flower packers. Plural of flower packer. Flower petal. Alternative spelling of flower petal. Flower petals. Plural of flower petal. Flower picking. The act of picking flowers. Flower piece. A flower arrangement. Flower pieces, plural of flower piece. Flower piercer, any of the tropical birds in the genus Diglossa, found in Central and South America. Flower piercers, plural of flower piercer. Flower pot, a pot filled with soil in which plants are grown. Flower pot red, a matte terracotta red color. Flower pot reds, plural of flower pot red. Flower potful, rare form of flower potful. Flower potful, as much as a flower pot will hold. Flower potfuls, plural of flower potful. Flower pots, plural of flower pot. Flower pots fall, plural of flower pot fall. Flower pots full, plural of flower potful. Flower print, a design or pattern with flowers as the main focus. Flower prints, plural of flower print. Flowers, a surname. Flowers of antimony, antimony teasai. Flowers of sulfur, yellow flakes of elemental sulfur, either as mined from a fumarole etc., or obtained by distillation. Flowers of sulfur, alternative spelling of flowers of sulfur. Flowers of tan, Philigoseptica scrambled egg slime mold. Flowers of the flock, plural of flower of the flock. Flowers of wine, small powdery flecks of mold on grapes used to make wine. Flowers of zinc, synonym of zinc oxide. Flowers of an hour, plural of flower of an hour. Flower strewn, alternative form of flower strewn. Flowery, pertaining to flowers. Flowery field, a suburb of Hyde, metropolitan borough of Tameside, Greater Manchester, England. OS grid ref SJ 9495. Flowery kingdom, synonym of China. Flows, plural of flow. Flowis, second person singular simple present indicative of flow. Flowet, third person singular simple present indicative of flow. Flow field, alternative spelling of flow field. Flow fields, plural of flow field. Flogram, an image in standard flogram format. Flograms, plural of flogram. Flowgraph, a diagram indicating flow, as of a signal or an algorithm. Flowgraphs, plural of flowgraph. Flowgraphy, the production of flowgraphs, especially of blood flow. Flow, comparative form of flowy, more flowy. Flowiest, superlative form of flowy, most flowy. Flowy, pronunciation spelling of flowing. Flowy, present participle and gerund of flow. Flowing out, present participle and gerund of flow out. Flowingly, in a flowing manner. Flowingness, a tendency to flow, fluency. Flowings, plural of flowing. Flow, archaic form of fluke type of worm. Flukes, plural of float. Flawless, without flow. Flawlessness, lack of flow. Flow-like, having the properties of plastic flow. Flow line, a large diameter pipe that carries oil from the seabed to a drilling rig. Flow line trap, synonym of possum belly in metal container at the head of the shale shaker. Flow lines, plural of flow lines. Flowna, a kind of diagram indicating flow through a process or system. Flow map. Plural of flow map. Flow meter. Any of various devices used to measure the flow of a fluid through a pipe, etc. Flow meters. Plural of flow meter. Flowmetric. Of or pertaining to flowmetry. Flowmetrically, by means of flowmetry. Flowmetry, the measurement of the flow of fluid. Flow motion, alternative form of flow motion. Flown, past participle of fly. Flown a kite, past participle of fly a kite. Flown apart, past participle of fly apart. Flown, past participle of fly at. Flown baker, past participle of fly baker. Flown blind, past participle of fly blind. Flown by, past participle of fly by. Flown by the seat of one's pants, past participle of fly by the seat of one's pants. Flown high, past participle of fly high. Flown in, past participle of fly in. Flown in the face of, past participle of fly in the face of. Flown into, past participle of fly into. Flown low, past participle of fly low. Flown off, past participle of fly off. Flown off at a tangent, past participle of fly off at a tangent. Flown off the handle, past participle of fly off the handle. Flown off the shelves, past participle of fly off the shelves. Flown out, past participle of fly out. Flown out of the traps, past participle of fly out of the traps. Flown solo, past participle of fly solo. Flown the coop, past participle of fly the coop. Flown the flag, past participle of fly the flag. Flown the freak flag, past participle of fly the freak flag. Flown the kite, past participle of fly the kite. Flown the nest, past participle of fly the nest. Flown too close to the sun, past participle of fly too close to the sun. Flown under the radar, past participle of fly under the radar. Flown upon, past participle of fly upon. Flown with leaden wings, past participle of fly with leaden wings. Flown without a license, past participle of fly without a license. Flow up, liquid that flows off or out of something. Flow us, plural of flow off. Flow path, the path taken by a flowing fluid. Flow paths, plural of flow path. Flow rate, the rate of flow, usually of a fluid, measured in either volume or mass per unit time. Flow rates, plural of flow rate. Flower, obsolete spelling of flower. Flowers, plural of flower. Floweret, archaic form of floweret. Florets, plural of floret. Flourish, obsolete form of flourish. Flourish, simple past and past participle of flourish. Flourishes, third person singular simple present indicative of flourish. Flourishing, present participle and gerund of flourish. Flows, plural of flow. Flows at. Third person singular simple present indicative of flow out. Flow sheet. Flow chart. Flow sheet. Plural of flow sheet. Flow snake. The Gosper curve. Flow snakes. Plural of flow snake. Flow sorter. A flow cytometer that sorts cells for subsequent analysis. Flow sorters. Plural of flow sorter. Flow stone. A secondary layered mineral deposit of calcite or other mineral formed by water flowing down the walls and along the floor of a cave. Flow stones. Plural of flow stone. Flow through. Flow through a system or process. Flow-throughs. Plural of flow-through. Flow time. The time taken for completion of a flow of material in an experiment. Flow times. Plural of flow time. Floaton. A small village and civil parish without a council in mid-Suffolk district, Suffolk, England. OS grid ref TM 0846. Flow top. The solid crust on a moving lava flow. Flow tops. Plural of flow top. Flowy. Flowing. Able to flow. Flux. Acronym of fluorouracil, leucovorin, and oxaliplatin. A chemotherapy regimen against colon cancer. Flux. A mixture of liquid oxygen with some added fluorine used as a high-energy oxidizer. Flox silk. Alternative form of floss silk. Floxacillin. Flucloxacillin. Floxacri. A particular anthelminthic and antimalarial drug derived from quinacrine. Flox. Simple past and past participle of flox. Floxes. Plural of flox. Floxing. Present participle and gerund of flox. Floxuridine. An antimetabolite drug, fluorodoxuridine, used in the treatment of colorectal cancer. Floi. A diminutive of the female given name Florence. Floi. A surname from Welsh, variant of Lloyd. Floyd County, one of 159 counties in Georgia, United States. County seat, Rome, named after John Floyd, Georgia politician. Floyd's triangle, a right-angled triangular array of the natural numbers whose generation is often set as an exercise in computer science education. Floyd horologic, synonym of horologic. Floyd horologics, plural of Floyd horologic. Floyd Steinberg, an image dithering technique that uses error diffusion. Floyd Warshall algorithm, an algorithm for finding shortest paths in a weighted graph with positive or negative edge weights but with no negative cycles. Floydada, a city, the county seat of Floyd County, Texas, United States. Flutter, to stroll around aimlessly as an aid to creativity. Flutter, simple past and past participle of flutter. Fluttering, present participle and gerund of flutter. Flutters, third person singular simple present indicative of flutter. Floydian, of or pertaining to the work of Robert Floyd, American mathematician and computer scientist. Flyer, a surname. Floyds, plural of Floyd. At LPB, initialism of foreign language proficiency bonus. FLPP, initialism of future launchers preparatory program. SLQ, initialism of front deliberation du Quebec. FLR, initialism of female-led relations relationship. FLR, abbreviation of floor. FLR, plural of FLR. FLRW, initialism of Freeman Lemaitre Robertson Walker applied to an exact solution of Albert Einstein's field equations of general relativity. FLS, initialism of frontline state. FL, plural of FL. FLSA, initialism of Fair Labor Standards Act. FLS, plural of FL. FLT, initialism of forklift truck. FLT, abbreviation of fleet. FLT, abbreviation of flight. FLT, plural of FLT. Oh, influenza. Flu friend, a designated friend or relative who collects medicine on behalf of a person with flu who has been advised to remain at home. Flu friend, plural of flu friend. Flu Manchu, an epidemic of influenza or other illness associated with China or Asia. Flu mask, a face mask designed to protect the wearer from contracting the flu virus. Flu masks, plural of flu mask. Flu parties, plural of flu party. Flu party, synonym of pox party, where flu is treated as an infectious disease in general and not influenza in particular. Flu party. Flu party, synonym of pox party, where flu is treated as an infectious disease in general and not influenza in particular. Flu shot, a vaccination against seasonal influenza. Flu shots, plural of flu shot. Flu, a kind of arrow designed to travel only a short distance, sometimes used by learners or for shooting at aerial targets. Flu fluid, plural of flu flu. Fluite, alternative form of flu-like. Fluoxetine, a phenothiazine derivative that is an antidepressant with sedative effects. Fluonesone, a typical antipsychotic and sedative of the butyrophenone chemical class. Fluonazone, misspelling of fluonisone. Fluorate, a fluoride. Fluates, plural of fluate. Fluol, a hydrocarbon extracted from gutta percha as a yellow resinous substance. Fluevels, plural of fluevel. Fluazephup, a particular herbicide. Fluoxanum, a broad-spectrum aurolaminopyridine fungicide. Fluazolate, the herbicide isopropyl 5,4-bromo-1-methyl-5-trifluoroalpyrazole 3-yl-2-chloro-4-fluorobenzo. Fluazirin, a pesticide. What? An error, a mistake in the performance of an action. Flood up, to flub, to botch or mess up. Flood, simple past and past participle of flub. Flubbed up, simple past and past participle of flub up. Flutter, a rubbery polymer formed by cross-linking of polyvinyl alcohol with a boron compound, used as a plaything or to demonstrate physical properties. Flutters, plural of flubber. Flubbing, present participle and gerund of flow. Flubbing up, present participle and gerund of flub up. Flood that, avon. Flood the bury, trivial matters, nonsense. Flooded, plural of flubbed up. Flubendazole, an anthelmintic used to protect against internal parasites and worms in dogs and cats. Fluvendanide, An agricultural pesticide 1N41112333 heptafluoropropane 2-il-2-methylphene al-3-iodo 2N2-methyl 1-methylsulfonyl-propane 2-il-benzene 1,2-decarboxamide. Flubentilacin, a particular anthelmintic and antibacterial drug. Flubipri, an antidepressant drug. Fluber, a village on Randsfjorden, Sonderland Municipality, Inlandet, Norway. Flubiprofen, misspelling of flurbiprofen. Flood, plural of flow. Floods at, third person singular simple present indicative of flub up. Fluken, soft clay-like matter found in or surrounding the vein. Flukens, plural of fluken. Flucarbazone, the herbicide 4,5-3-methoxy-4-methyl-5-oxo-N2-trifluoromthoxyphene. Alsulfonol 1H124-triazole 1-carboxamide. Flucken, alternative form of fluken. Fluckens, plural of flucken. Fluzatorex, an amphetamine related to fenfluramine. Fluzendol, a tricyclic antipsychotic drug. Fluttiger, a surname from German. Fluckigers, plural of fluckiger. Fluctite, a triclinic pinaquidal mineral containing arsenic, calcium, hydrogen, manganese, and oxygen. Flucloralan, a corticosteroid. Fluclax, clipping of flucloxacillin. Flucloxacillin, a narrow-spectrum beta-lactam antibiotic of the penicillin class used to treat infections caused by susceptible gram-positive bacteria. Fluconazole, an antifungal agent CHF2N6O used orally to treat cryptococcal meningitis and local or systemic candida infections. Fluconazoles, plural of fluconazole. Flucti, plural of fluctus. Flucticasone, misspelling of fluticasone. Fluctiferous, tending to produce waves. Fluxional, alternative form of fluxional. Fluctissimus, making a roaring sound like ocean waves. Fluctosphere, the almost non-magnetic portion of the lower chromosphere. Fluctospheres, plural of fluctosphere. Fluctuability, the capacity or ability to fluctuate. Fluctuable, able or liable to fluctuate. Fluctuance, quality of being fluctuant. Fluctuancy, alternative form of fluctuance. Fluctuant, that fluctuates or causes fluctuation. Fluctuate, to vary irregularly, to swing. Fluctuated, simple past and past participle of fluctuate. Fluctuator, alternative form of fluctuator. Fluctuators, plural of fluctuator. Fluctuates, third person singular simple present indicative of fluctuate. Fluctuatus, second person singular simple present indicative of fluctuate. Fluctuateth, third person singular simple present indicative of fluctuate. Fluctuating, present participle and gerund of fluctuate. Fluctuatingly, in a fluctuating manner. Fluctuatings, plural of fluctuating. Fluctuation, a motion like that of waves, a moving in this and that direction, an irregular rising and falling. Fluctuation theorem, a theorem dealing with the relative probability that the entropy of a system that is currently away from thermodynamic equilibrium, i.e. maximum entropy, will increase or decrease over a given amount of time. Fluctuational of pertaining to or resulting from fluctuationness. Fluctuations. Plural of fluctuation. Fluctuative. Fluctuating. Fluctuatively. Fluctuatingly. Fluctuator. One who or that which fluctuates. Fluctuators. Plural of fluctuator. Fluctuogram. A graphical representation of the interaction and binding of protein molecules. Fluctuograms. Plural of fluctuogram. Fluctuous. Fluctuating. Poactus. An area covered by outflow from a volcano. Fluoxetine, a white crystalline synthetic antimycotic drug C4H4FN30, a fluorinated pyrimidine analog structurally related to the cytostatic fluoroacyl and to floxuridine. It is used to treat fungal infections, especially by members of the genera Candida and Cryptococcus, especially Cryptococcus neoformans. A surname. Fluoxetine, an anti-infective drug. Fludarabine, an antineoplastic agent that is an analog of vidarabine and is administered intravenously in the form of this phosphate CHFN507P, especially in the treatment of chronic lymphocytic leukemia. A surname. Palladium, of or relating to Robert Flood, or Robertus de Fluctibus 1554-1637. English Paracelsian physician with both scientific and occult interests. Flood, plural of flood. Flodet, an Eastern European pastry consisting of several layers of dough separated by fillings of raspberry jam, ground walnuts, lemon, and raisins. Flutens, plural of fluten. Fludeoxyglucose, fluorodoxyglucose. Fludazepam, a benzodiazepine drug closely related to diazepam. Fludeoxanil, the pyrrole fungicide 4,2,2-fluoro-1,3-benzodioxol 4-il-1-H pyrrole 3-carbonitrile. Fluorex, a phenethylamine stimulant drug. Fludoxapone, an antilipidemic drug. Fludrocortisone, a potent mineralocorticoid drug that is derived from hydrocortisone, possesses some glucocorticoid activity, and is administered in the form of its acetate CHFO6 to treat adrenocortical insufficiency. Fludroxycorti, a synthetic topical steroid used as an anti-inflammatory treatment for skin irritation. Flood, plural of fly. A pipe or duct that carries gaseous combustion products away from the point of combustion, such as a furnace. Flue gas, the gaseous combustion product smoke that comes out of a stove or a furnace. Flue gases, plural of flue gas. Flue gases, plural of flue gas. Flue pipe, an organ pipe that produces sound by passing wind through the windway of a fipple, where upon exiting, it strikes the labium, causing the air inside the pipe to vibrate. Flue pipes, plural of flue pipe. Flue faker, a chimney sweep. Flue fakers, plural of flue faker. Flukager, a surname. Having a flu or flues of a specified kind. Fluda, a surname from German. Flugelhorn, alternative spelling of flugelhorn. Flugal horns, plural of flugal horn. Fludaus, plural of flugel. Fleur, a surname. Fleur, a municipality in Uri Canton, Switzerland. Flues, without a flu. Flu-like, resembling or characteristic of a flu. Fleur, a surname. Fluens, plural of fluent. Fleur, any of various varieties of Veronica, especially Veronica officinalis, Speedwell. Fluens, plural of fluolin. Fluorite, an orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing aluminum, fluorine, hydrogen, oxygen, and phosphorus. Fluence, fluency, fluences, plural of fluents. Fluencies, plural of fluency. Fluency, the quality of smoothness of flow. Fluent, that flows, flowing, liquid. Fluent interface, an object-oriented application programming interface whose design relies extensively on chaining methods together with the aim of improving code legibility. Fluent interfaces, plural of fluent interface. Fluently, in a fluent manner as expressing oneself easily, especially in a foreign language. Fluentness, the quality of being fluent. Fluence, plural of fluent. Flupe, alternative form of flupipe. Flupipes, plural of flupipe. Fluoric, of or relating to fluorics. Fluorically, by means of or in terms of fluorics. Fluorics, a subfield of fluidics dealing with fluid components that perform functions not requiring the use of moving parts. Fluid, plural of flu. Fluor, a system of organ stops in which the sound is caused by wind passing through a flue or fissure and striking an edge above. Distinguished from reedwork. Fluid, downy, fluffy. Fluofinacid, the herbicide 4-fluoroanisopropyl 2,5-trifluorompyl 1,3,4-thiazole 2-iloxyacetanilide. Fluofinamic acid, a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug that is a pale yellow crystalline powder. Fluofenoxurin, a particular benzoylurea insecticide. Anything light, soft or fuzzy, especially fur, hair, feathers. Fluff about, to waste time. Fluff bunnies, plural of fluff bunny. Fluff bunny, synonym of fluffy bunny. Fluff girl, a woman who arouses male pornographic actors before filming. Fluff girls, plural of fluff girl. Fluff off, to dismiss or reject, fob off. Put off by evasion. Fluff one's feathers, to show off. Fluff one's lines, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, to stumble over or otherwise misspeak one's lines. Fluff out, to plumb up. To plumb up. Fluff dry, to tumble dry without heat, resulting in a softer texture. A blunder. Fluff ups, plural of fluff up. Fluff ball, a ball of fluff. Fluff balls, plural of fluff ball. Fluffinez, plural of fluff bunny. Fluff bunny, synonym of fluffy bunny. Puff, simple past and past participle of fluff. Fluffed about, simple past and past participle of fluff about. Fluffed off, simple past and past participle of fluff off. Fluffed one line, simple past and past participle of fluff one's lines. fluffed out. Simple past and past participle of fluff out. Olatak. Simple past and past participle of fluff up. Ladder. Someone or something that fluffs in various senses. Flufferys. Plural of fluffery. Fluffernutter. A sandwich made with peanut butter and marshmallow fluff, most common in New England. Fluffernutters. Plural of fluffernutter. Fluffers. Plural of fluffer. Fluffery. Anything lightweight and overly ornamental or superfluous. Fluff, frut. Flothet. A silly or vacuous person, an airhead. Fluffheads. Plural of fluffhead. Fluffy. Comparative form of fluffy, more fluffy. Fluffy. Plural of fluffy. Is superlative form of fluffy, most fluffy. Fluffy. In a fluffy way. Fluffiness. The characteristic or quality of being fluffy. Fluffinesses. Plural of fluffiness. Fluffy. Present participle and gerund of fluff. Fluffing about. Present participle and gerund of fluff about. Fluffing off. Present participle and gerund of fluff off. Fluffing one's lines. Present participle and gerund of fluff one's lines. Fluffing out. Present participle and gerund of fluff out. Fluffing up. Present participle and gerund of fluff up. Fluffings. Plural of fluffing. Auto. A group of rabbits. Fluffled. Simple past and past participle of fluffle. Fluffles. A popular given name for a pet, often for a cat. Fluffus. Without fluff. Fluffy. Resembling fluff. Fluffling. Present participle and gerund of fluffle. Fluffs. Plural of fluff. Fluffs about. Third person singular simple present indicative of fluff about. Fluffs off. Third person singular simple present indicative of fluff off. Fluffs one's lines. Third person singular simple present indicative of fluff one's lines. Fluffs out. Third person singular simple present indicative of fluff out. Fluffs out. Third person singular simple present indicative of fluff up. Fluffs off. Alternative letter case form of fluffle. Fluffles. Plural of fluffle. Fluffy. A given name for a pet with fluffy hair, often a cat. Fluffy bunnies. Plural of fluffy bunny. Fluffy bunny. A casual, naive practitioner of Wicca or another neo-pagan religion, especially one deemed to have a superficial understanding. Fluffy duck. Any of a number of cocktails made with advocat. Fluffy ducks. Plural of fluffy duck. Fluffy-backed tit-babbler. A bird found in Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Thailand. Macrinus telosus. Fluffy-backed tit-babblers. Plural of fluffy-backed tit-babbler. Fluffali. A particular bronchodilator. Fluval horn. A brass instrument resembling a cornet but with a wider, conical bore and usually with 3 valves, in the same B-flat pitch as many trumpets and cornets but with a more deeply conical mouthpiece than those. A bugle with valves. Flugeal horn. Alternative spelling of flugelhorn. Flugelhornist, one who plays the flugelhorn. Flugelhornists, plural of flugelhornists. Flugelhorns, plural of flugelhorn. Flugelhorns, plural of flugelhorn. Flugelmann, alternative form of flugelmann. Flugelmann, plural of flugelmann. Phlogiston, a steroidal progestin of the 17-alpha-hydroxyprogesterone group. Fluhardy, a surname from Irish. Fluhardys, plural of Fluhardy. Fleur, a surname from German. Fluid, plural of Fluor. Fluid, any substance which can flow with relative ease, tends to assume the shape of its container and obeys Bernoulli's principle, a liquid, gas, or plasma. Fluid drachm, a British unit of volume equal to 60 minims or 3.55 ml. Fluid drachms, plural of fluid drachm. Fluid dynamics, the scientific study of the properties and behavior of moving fluids. Fluid feeder, any organism that subsists on liquids derived from other organisms. Fluid feeders, plural of fluid feeder. Fluid intelligence, the capacity to think logically and solve problems in novel situations, independent of acquired knowledge. Fluid loading, the process of injecting essential bodily fluids into a person that has experienced severe body water loss or sustained a traumatic injury. Fluid measure, any unit of volume or system of such units. Fluid measures, plural of fluid measure. Fluid mechanics, the branch of mechanics dealing with gases and liquids, either at rest or in motion. Fluid ounce, any of various units of volume used for liquid measure, all approximately 1.73, 1.83 cubic inches or 28.430 milliliters. Fluid ounces, plural of fluid ounce. Fluid bonded, under agreement to have unprotected sex exclusively with each other. Fluid bound, synonym of fluid bonded. Fluid elastic, interacting between a fluid and a structure. Fluid S, a grammatical system in which the grammatical subject S is marked with either an agentive or patientive case. Cutoff, pertaining to a fluid or to a flowing motion. Fluidally, in a fluidal manner. Fluidarities, plural of fluidarity. Fluidarity, joint action toward a common goal that rejects collective identity. Fluid extract, dated form of fluid extract. Fluid extracts, plural of fluid extract. Fluid glycerate, a plant extract produced by extracting with a mixture of glycerine and water. Fluid glycerates, plural of fluid glycerate. Fluidic, of or pertaining to a fluid. Fluidical, fluidic, fluidically, in a fluidic manner. Fluidics, the branch of engineering and technology that is concerned with the construction of devices that use the flow and pressure of a fluid in circuits analogous to electronic ones. Fluidification, the process or the result of fluidifying. Fluidifications, plural of fluidification. Fluidify, simple past and past participle of fluidify. Fluidifier, a substance used to fluidify a grout mixture. Fluidifiers, plural of fluidifier. Fluidifies, third person singular simple present indicative of fluidify. Fluidiform, having the form of a fluid. Fluidify, to make fluid. Fluidifying, present participle and gerund of fluidify. Fluidizable, alternative form of fluidizable. Fluidization, alternative form of fluidization. Fluidizations, plural of fluidization. Fluidize, alternative form of fluidize. Fluidized, simple past and past participle of fluidize. Fluidizer, alternative form of fluidizer. Fluidizers, plural of fluidizer. Fluidizes, third person singular simple present indicative of fluidize. Fluidizing, present participle and gerund of fluidize. Fluidism, the doctrine that the fluids of the body are the source of its vital properties and are susceptible to disease. Fluidus, a supporter of the doctrine of fluidism. Fluists, plural of fluidus. Fluidities, plural of fluidity. Fluidity, the state of being fluid rather than viscous. Fluidizable, capable of being fluidized. Fluidization, the act or process of fluidizing. Fluidizations, plural of fluidization. Fluidize, to give particles of solid the properties of a fluid, either by shaking or by injecting gas. Fluidize, simple past and past participle of fluidize. Fluidized bed, an industrial unit process in which a quantity of a solid particulate substance is caused to float in a stream of a fluid, usually air or other gas, in order to create conditions in which many chemical, combustion and drying reactions take place efficiently. Fluidized beds, plural of fluidized bed. Fluidizer, a device that fluidizes. Fluidizers, plural of fluidizer. Fluidizes, third person singular simple present indicative of fluidize. Fluidizing, present participle and gerund of fluidize. Fluidless, without fluid. Fluid-like, resembling a fluid. Fluidly, in a fluid manner, smoothly. Fluidness, the quality of being fluid. Fluidodynamics, alternative spelling of fluid dynamics. Fluidotherapy, a therapy that uses a stream of warm, dry air. Fluid ounce, archaic form of fluid ounce. Fluid ounces, plural of fluid ounce. Fluides, like or relating to fluid or liquid, fluid. Fluidratrum, alternative form of fluidram. Fluidratrums, plural of fluidratrum. Fluidram, the dram unit of volume. Fluidrams, plural of fluidram. Fluids, plural of fluid. Fluid dynamic, relating to fluid dynamics. Fluid dynamics, alternative form of fluid dynamics. Flyer, comparative form of fluid, more fluid. Fluius, superlative form of fluid. Most fluid. Fluigram, a cubic centimeter. Fluigrams, plural of fluigram. Fluinine, a vitamin K antagonist. Fluid, characteristic of influenza, flu-like. Fluishness, the quality of being fluid. Fluitant, flooding. Fluid, A surname. Fluids, plural of fluid. Fluken, alternative form of fluken. Flukens, plural of fluken. A surname. Fluke out. To lose or fail due to a fluke. To deserve to win or succeed, but instead lose due to a fluke, especially a last-minute or unpredictable fluke. Fluke up. To mess up, to blunder, to fail. Oh, having flukes. Fluked out. Simple past and past participle of fluke out. Fluked up. Simple past and past participle of fluke up. Flukpas. Without a fluke. Flukpi. Resembling or characteristic of a fluke worm. Fluver. A surname. Fluvers. Plural of fluker. Plural of fluke. Flukes out. Third person singular simple present indicative of fluke out. Fluke out. Third person singular simple present indicative of fluke up. Fluke worm. Any usually parasitic worm in the class Trematoda. Fluke worms. Plural of fluke worm. Hoogie. Wacky. Flukicidal. Killing fluke worms. Flukicide. Any substance that kills fluke worms. Flukicides. Plural of flukicide. Flutty. Comparative form of flucky, more flucky. Flockiest. Superlative form of flucky, most flucky. Fluckily. In a flucky way, with unexpected luck. Fluckiness. The papadiwi. Flucky. Fluke. Present participle and gerund of fluke. Fluking out. Present participle and gerund of fluke out. Fluking up. Present participle and gerund of fluke up. Fluve. Like a fluke, remarkably fortunate or improbable. Fluke. In a flukish way or manner. Flukishness. The state or quality of being flukish, the state of remarkable fortune or improbability. Flucky. Alternative spelling of fluky. Like. Resembling or characteristic of influenza. Flumididdle. Alternative form of flumididdle. Flumididdles. Plural of flumididdle. Flumatinum. The kinase inhibitor 4,4-methylpiperazine, 1L-methylene 6-methyl-5,4-pyridine, 3-L-pyrimidine, 2-L-aminopyridine, 3L-3-trifluoromplalbenzamide. Flumazenil. A benzodiazepine antagonist used to counter drowsiness caused by benzodiazepines. Flumispal. Alternative form of flumazenil. Flundil. Alternative form of flumadiddle. Flundiddles. Plural of flumdiddle. Flora. A ravine or gorge, usually one with water running through. Flune. Simple past and past participle of flume. Flumidroxone. A corticosteroid derivative used to treat migraine. Flume. In planetary geology, any of the river-like features on Saturn's moon Titan. Flumethrine. Misspelling of flumethrine. Flumequine. A particular fluoroquinolone antibiotic. Flumet. Plural of flume. Flumetazone. A corticosteroid. Flumethazone. Alternative form of flumetazone. Flumethazide. A carbonic anhydrase inhibitor. Flumethrin. A particular pyrethroid insecticide used in veterinary medicine. Flumetover. a particular fungicide. Flumetsolam, the sulfonamide herbicide N26-difluorophene, il-5-methyl-1,2,4-triacylo-1,5-pyrimidine, 2-sulfonamide. Flumixine, synonym of flunixin. Flumina, plural of flumen. Flumino, relating to estrine, fluvial. Flure, present participle and gerund of flum. Fluminorex, a sympathomimetic drug originally developed as an appetite suppressant. Fluminous, flowing, fluent of rivers. Flumiaxazin, the herbicide N7-fluoro-3,4-dihydro-3-oxo-4-prop-2,1-il-2H1-4-benzoxazin 6-sil-cyclohexone 1,2-decarboxamide. Flumizole, an anti-inflammatory drug. Flomadiddle, a baked main course pudding consisting of stale bread, pork fat, molasses, and spices including cinnamon and allspice. It was a part of early American cuisine, especially in New England. Flumadiddles, plural of flumadiddle. Flummeries, plural of flummery. Flummery, a custard, any of several bland, gelatinous foodstuffs usually made from stewed fruit and thickened with oatmeal, cornstarch, or flour. Flumox, to confuse, to fluster, to flabbergast. Flummoxable, capable or able to be flummoxed. Flummox, confused, perplexed, or flustered. Flummoxer, one who without which flummoxes or baffles, a puzzler. Flummoxers, plural of flummoxer. Flummoxeri, an act or practice of flummoxing. Flummoxers, third person singular simple present indicative of flummox. Flummoxing, present participle and gerund of flummox. Flummoxy, flummox. Flummox, obsolete form of flummox. Flummoxed, simple past and past participle of flummox. Flummoxes, third person singular simple present indicative of flummox. Flummoxing, present participle and gerund of flummox. Flumadiddle, alternative form of flumadiddle. Flumadiddle, plural of flumadiddle. Flumor, a particular fungicide. Quote, to move or fall heavily or with a dull sound. Flump down, to lie or fall down in a tired manner. Flaunt, simple past and past participle of flum. Flumped down, simple past and past participle of flump down. Flumpence, a derisory amount of money. Flaubit, a musical instrument that blends qualities of the trumpet and flugelhorn. Flumpets, plural of flumpet. Flub, alternative form of flump. Flumpe, simple past and past participle of flump. Flumpte, present participle and gerund of flump. Flumpus, third person singular simple present indicative of flump. Flumping, present participle and gerund of flum. Flumping down. Present participle and gerund of flump down. Flumus, third person singular simple present indicative of flump. Flumps down. Third person singular simple present indicative of flump down. Flumami, an extreme influenza outbreak. Flunamis, plural of flunami. Flunarizine, a calcium channel blocker. What? Simple past and past participle of fling. Flung out. Simple past and past participle of fling out. Flun missed. Second person singular simple past indicative of fling. Flyuna sawai. A corticosteroid often used to treat allergic rhinitis. Flunitrazepam, a short-acting benzodiazepine derivative with relatively long-lasting sedative effects, used as a hypnotic and as a premedication for anesthesia. 5,2-fluorophenoyl 1,3-dihydro 1-methyl-7-nitro-2-H-1,4-benzodiazepine 2,1-CHFN303. Flunixin, a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug, analgesic, and antipyretic used in horses. Flunixi, alternative form of flunixin. What? Of a student to fail a class, to not pass. Flunk out, to fail to finish school or a given subject, program, or course due to academic shortcomings, i.e. to have too many flunking or failing grades marks. Flecked, simple past and past participle of flung. Flunked out, simple past and past participle of flung out. Flunky, one who flunks an academic course. Flunky is plural of flunky. Flunker, someone who has flunked, failed in an examination, been kept back to repeat a grade, or flunked out of school. Flunkers, plural of flunker. Flunky, an underling, a liveried servant or a footman, servant, retainer, a person working in the service of another, especially in the household. Flunky, the state of a being, a flunky. Flunkyhood, the role or status of a flunky. Flunkyish, alternative form of flunkish. Flunkyism, alternative form of flunkyism. Flunkyistic, alternative form of flunkyistic. Flunkies, plural of flunky, alternative spelling of flunkies. Flunky, alternative form of flunky. Flunkies, plural of flunky. Flunking, present participle and gerund of flunk. Flunking out, present participle and gerund of flunk out. Flunked out, someone who has given up an educational course. Flunk out, plural of flunk out. Flunks, third person singular simple present indicative of flunk. Flunks out, third person singular simple present indicative of flunk out. Flunky, a person who always agrees with their superior or employer. Flunkium, the state of being a flunky. Flunkyhood, alternative form of flunkyhood. Fluttish, like a flunky. Flunkism, the state of being a flunky. Flunkisms, plural of flunkyism. Flunkiste, of or relating to flunkyism. Flunipros, a prostaglandin analog. Flunixaprofen, a certain non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug. Flua, fluorine. Fluoborate, a salt of fluoboric acid, a fluoboride. Fluoborates, plural of fluoborate. Fluoboric acid. Fluoroboric acid. Fluobor, archaic form of fluoboride. Fluoboride, any borofluoride. Fluoborides, plural of fluoboride. Fluoborids, plural of fluoboride. Fluoboride, A hexagonal dipyramidal mineral containing boron, fluorine, hydrogen, magnesium, and oxygen. Fluosurite, a cerium fluoride mineral found in Sweden. Fluosurites, plural of fluosurite. Fluochrome, misspelling of fluorochrome. Fluocinolone, a synthetic hydrocortisone derivative used in dermatology to reduce skin inflammation and relieve itching. Fluocinolones, plural of fluocinolone. Fluocininae, a potent glucocorticoid steroid used topically as anti-inflammatory agent for the treatment of skin disorders. Fluocolophanite, synonym of apatite. Fluocortin, a corticosteroid. Fluocortisone, a glucocorticoid. Fluocytometry, fluorescence cytometry. Fluogermanate, any derivative of a germanate in which one or more oxygen atoms have been replaced by fluorine. Fluogermanates, plural of fluogermanate. Fluoytric, hydrofluoric. Fluometric, misspelling of fluorometric. Fluomchurin, a particular phenylurea herbicide. Fluophosphate, a double salt of fluoric acid and phosphoric acid. Fluophosphates, plural of fluophosphate. Fluopicoli, a particular fungicide. Fluoquinolone, misspelling of fluoroquinolone. The mineral fluorite. Fluoralbus, leucorrhea. Fluorspar, alternative form of fluorspar. Fluorspars, plural of fluorspar. Alternative form of fluoro used before a vowel. Fluora, indicating a heterocyclic compound with fluorine substitution. Fluoro, the compound trifluoroacetaldehyde, CF3CHO. Fluoroalkyl, alternative form of fluoroalkyl. Fluorine, a triarylmethane dye, the structural core of a variety of other dyes. Fluorine, fluorine hydride or hydrogen fluoride, HF. Fluorines, plural of fluorine. Fluorangiographic, relating to fluorangiography. Fluorangiography, fluorescent angiography. Fluorini, a fluorine analog of anite. Fluorinites, plural of fluorinite. Fluorins, plural of fluorin. Fluoranthane, misspelling of fluoranthene. Fluoranthene, a polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbon consisting of a benzene ring attached to each of the rings of a naphthalene molecule. It is carcinogenic and is a product of incomplete combustion. Fluoranthene is plural of fluoranthene. Fluoranthrene, misspelling of fluoranthene. Fluorapatite, a calcium halophosphate mineral in which fluoride replaces the hydroxide of apatite that is mined as a phosphate ore and occurs in the enamel of teeth. Fluorapatites, plural of fluorapatite. Fluoropaphilite, a particular apophyllite mineral with more fluorine than hydroxide compared to similar minerals. Fluoropaphilites, plural of fluoropaphilite. Fluorite, the Fsing in the fluorine FO, any salt containing diazine. Fluoride, combined with fluorine, subjected to the action of fluoride. Fluorites, plural of fluorite. Fluorgaphy, a hexagonal pyramidal mineral containing calcium, cerium, fluorine, oxygen, phosphorus, sodium, and strontium. Fluorodeoxyglucose. Misspelling of fluorodeoxyglucose. Fluorolestidide, a rare nesosilicate of calcium with sulfate and fluorine belonging to the apatite group. Fluorolestidides. Plural of fluorolestidide. Fluorinamine. Any amine containing fluorine and one or more NH2 groups derived from fluorine 1-carboxylic acid or fluorine 2-carboxylic acid. Fluorinamines. Plural of fluorinamine. Fluorine. A polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbon consisting of two benzene rings joined together directly and also via a methylene bridge. It is used in light-emitting diodes. Fluorines. Plural of fluorine. Fluorinol. An alcohol derivative of fluorine. Fluorinols. Plural of fluorinol. Fluorinon. An aromatic compound with the chemical formula CH8O produced from fluorine via oxidation and used in the manufacture of antimalaria drugs. Fluorinons. Plural of fluorinon. Fluoronyl. A radical or cation derived from fluorine. Fluorinylidene. The divalent radical derived from the bridging methylene group of fluorine. Fluorinylidines. Plural of fluorinylidene. Fluoronyls. Plural of fluoronyl. Fluorophore. Misspelling of fluorophore. Fluorophore. Alternative form of fluorophore. Fluorophores. Plural of fluorophore. Fluorescamine. A spirocompound that reacts with primary amines to form highly fluorescent products. Fluorescamines. Plural of fluorescamine. Fluoresce. To emit electromagnetic radiation, especially visible light when absorbing radiation of some other wavelength. Fluoresce. Simple past and past participle of fluoresce. Fluorescein. Any of a class of yellow xanthine dyes which are visible when highly diluted, used forensically to detect traces of blood, and in analytical chemistry as an indicator in silver nitrate titrations. Fluorescinated. Reacted with fluorescein. Fluorescein. Alternative spelling of fluorescein. Fluoresceins. Plural of fluorescein. Fluoresceins. Plural of fluorescein. Fluorescence. The emission of light or other electromagnetic radiation by a material when stimulated by the absorption of radiation or of a subatomic particle. Fluorescence anisotropy. Anisotropy or polarization of the light emitted by a fluorophore. Fluorescence microscope. A microscope that uses fluorescence to form an image. Fluorescence microscopes. Plural of fluorescence microscope. Fluorescence microscopy. Microscopy using a fluorescence microscope. Fluorescence spectroscopy. An analytical technique that analyzes the fluorescence produced by a sample, fluorometry, or spectrofluorimetry. Fluorescences. Plural of fluorescence. Fluorescent. Of or relating to fluorescence. Fluorescent lamp. A gas discharge lamp that uses fluorescence to produce visible light. Fluorescent lamps. Plural of fluorescent lamp. Fluorescent tube. The removable, light-emitting part of a fluorescent lamp. Fluorescent tubes. Plural of fluorescent tube. Fluorescently. In a fluorescent manner, using fluorescence. Fluorescence. Plural of fluorescent. Fluorescer. A fluorescent substance used for whitening. Fluorescers. Plural of fluorescer. Fluoresces. Third person singular simple present indicative of fluoresce. Fluorescigenic. Causing fluorescence. Fluorescent. a colorless amorphous substance produced by the reduction of fluorescein and from which the latter may be formed by oxidation. Fluorescinated, misspelling of fluorescinated. Fluorescing, present participle and gerund of fluoresce. Fluorescell, a univalent radical derived from fluorescein. Fluorescence, misspelling of fluorescence. Fluorestadiol, any of several fluoroderivatives of estradiol that have biological activity. Such compounds having isotopically labeled fluorine atoms are used in medical imaging. Fluorogenic, alternative form of fluorogenic. Fluorhydric, alternative form of fluorhydric. Fluorhydroxyapatite, the tooth mineral formed by the action of fluoride on hydroxyapatite. Fluorine, containing fluorine. Fluoric, pertaining to, obtained from or containing fluorine. Fluoride, archaic form of fluoride. Fluoridate, to add fluoride to something, especially to drinking water in order to reduce tooth decay. Fluoridated, simple past and past participle of fluoridate. Fluoridates, third person singular simple present indicative of fluoridate. Fluoridating, present participle and gerund of fluoridate. Fluoridation, the act or process of adding fluoride to something, especially water. Fluoridationist, one who supports the addition of fluoride to the public water supply. Fluoridationists, plural of fluoridationist. Fluoridations, plural of fluoridation. Fluoridator, one who or that which fluoridates. Fluoridators, plural of fluoridator. Fluoride, any salt of hydrofluoric acid, for example, potassium fluoride. Fluoride stare, a blank-faced, glazed stare given by common or everyday people when exposed to the beliefs or theories of conspiracy theorists. Fluoride stares, plural of fluoride stare. Fluorided, treated with fluoride. Fluorides, plural of fluoride. Fluoridize, alternative form of fluoridize. Fluoridized, simple past and past participle of fluoridize. Fluoridizes, third person singular simple present indicative of fluoridize. Fluoridizing, present participle and gerund of fluoridize. Fluoridization, synonym of fluoridation. Fluoridize, to fluoridate. Fluoridized, simple past and past participle of fluoridize. Fluoridizes, third person singular simple present indicative of fluoridize. Fluoridizing, present participle and gerund of fluoridize. Fluoridone, an aquatic herbicide. Fluoridosis. Fluorosis. Fluorids, plural of fluorid. Fluorigenic, alternative form of fluorogenic. Fluorimaging, imaging using fluorescence/fluoroscopy. Fluorimeter, alternative form of fluorometer. Fluorimeters, plural of fluorimeter. Fluorimetric, alternative form of fluorometric. Fluorimetrically, by means of fluorimetry. Fluorimetries, plural of fluorimetry. Fluorimetry, fluorescence spectroscopy. Fluorine, archaic form of fluorine. Fluorinase, an enzyme that catalyzes a fluorination reaction. Fluorinases, plural of fluorinase. Fluorinate, to introduce fluorine into a compound. Fluorinated. Simple past and past participle of fluorinate. Fluorinates. Third person singular simple present indicative of fluorinate. Fluorinating. Present participle and gerund of fluorinate. Fluorination. The introduction of fluorine into a compound by means of a chemical reaction. Fluorinations. Plural of fluorination. Fluorinator. Something that causes fluorine to be added. Fluorinators. Plural of fluorinator. Fluorine. The chemical element symbol F with an atomic number of 9. It is the lightest of the halogens, a pale yellow-green, highly reactive gas that attacks all metals. Fluorine absorption dating. A technique used to date bones by measuring the amount of fluorine absorbed from the surrounding soil. Fluorine dating. A technique used to date bones by measuring the amount of fluorine absorbed from the surrounding soil. Fluorine method. Fluorine dating. Fluorine oxide. Oxygen fluoride. Fluorine oxides. Plural of fluorine oxide. Fluorine test. Fluorine dating. Fluorine tests. Plural of fluorine tests. Fluorine 18. An artificial radioisotope of fluorine F having 9 protons and 9 neutrons that is an important industrial source of positrons. Fluorine 19. The only stable isotope of fluorine F, it has 9 protons and 10 neutrons. Fluorine-like, resembling or characteristic of fluorine. Fluorines. Plural of fluorine. Fluorite. A widely occurring mineral comprising calcium fluoride plus or minus impurities of various colors, used as a flux in steel making and in the manufacture of glass, enamels, and hydrofluoric acid. Fluorites. Plural of fluoride. Fluoridization. Conversion into fluorite. Fluoritize. In a state of fluoridization, having been turned to fluorite. Fluorometer. Alternative form of fluorometer. Fluorometers. Plural of fluorometer. Fluoronitromicrolise. An isometric hexactahedral green mineral containing bismuth, calcium, fluorine, oxygen, sodium, and tantalum. Fluoro. A fluorescent light. Fluoroacid air. Silicon tetrafluoride. Fluoro. Containing fluorine. Fluoromagnesiohastensite. Alternative form of magnesio-fluorohastensite. Fluoromagnesiohastensite. Alternative form of magnesio-fluorohastensite. Fluorosodic. Ferropedrazite. Synonym of ferrofluoropedrazite. Fluorocetamide. An organic compound based on acetamide with one fluorine atom replacing hydrogen on the methyl group, used as a rodenticide. Fluorocidate. Any salt of fluorocetic acid. Fluorocidates. Plural of fluorocidate. Fluoroacetylsalicylic. Related to fluoroacetylsalicylic acid or its derivatives. Fluoroadenosine. Any fluoroderivative of adenosine. Fluoroadenosines. Plural of fluoroadenosine. Fluoroalcohol. Any aliphatic alcohol in which one or more hydrogen atoms have been replaced by fluorine. Fluoroalcohols. Plural of fluoroalcohol. Fluoroalkane. Any alkane in which one or more hydrogen atoms have been replaced by fluorine. Fluoroalkanes. Plural of fluoroalkane. Fluoroalkene. Any fluoroderivative of an alkene. Fluoralkenes. Plural of fluoralkene. Fluoralkyl. An alkyl group in which one or more hydrogens have been substituted for fluorine. Fluoralkylamine. Any fluoroderivative of an alkylamine. Fluoralkylamines. Plural of fluoralkylamine. Fluoralkylation. Any reaction in which a fluoralkyl group is added to a molecule. Fluoralkylations. Plural of fluoralkylation. Fluoralkyl. Plural of fluoralkyl. Fluoroluminate. Any compound that contains both fluoride and aluminate ions. Fluoroluminates. Plural of fluoroluminate. Fluoronion. An anion containing fluorine atoms. Fluoronions. Plural of fluoronion. Fluorontimonate. A salt or ester of fluorontimonic acid. Fluorontimonates. Plural of fluorontimonate. Fluorontimonic. Containing fluorine and antimony. Fluorontimonic acid. An acidic liquid created by reacting hydrogen fluoride with antimony pentafluoride in stoichiometrically equivalent amounts. Fluoropatite. Alternative form of fluoropatite. Fluorora. Any fluoroderivative of an aron. Fluororens. Plural of fluororen. Fluoroaromatic. Describing any fluoroderivative of an aromatic compound. Fluoroaromatics. Plural of fluoroaromatic. Fluorosenate. Any derivative of an arsenate in which one or more oxygen atoms have been replaced by fluorine. Fluorosenates. Plural of fluorosenate. Fluoroartemisinin. Any fluoroderivative of artemisinin, some of which show antibacterial activity. Fluoroartemisinins. Plural of fluoroartemisinin. Fluoroaryl. Any fluoroderivative of an aryl radical. Fluoroaryls. Plural of fluoroaryl. Fluorobenzene. Any fluorinated derivative of benzene, but especially the monosubstituted C6H5F phenyl fluoride. Fluorobenzenes. Plural of fluorobenzene. Fluorobenzoate. Any fluoroderivative of a benzoate. Fluorobenzoates. Plural of fluorobenzoate. Fluorobenzoyl. Any fluoroderivative of a benzoyl radical. Fluorobenzoylate. To react with a fluorobenzoyl radical. Fluorobenzoylated. Simple past and past participle of fluorobenzoylate. Fluorobenzoyls. Plural of fluorobenzoyl. Fluorobenzyl. Any fluoroderivative of a benzyl radical. Fluorobenzyls. Plural of fluorobenzyl. Fluoroberylate. Any anion derived from berylate by replacing an oxygen atom with 2 of fluorine, but especially the anion BF2. Any salt containing such an anion. Fluoroberylates. Plural of fluoroberylate. Fluorobodies. Plural of fluorobody. Fluorobody. An antibody that has been made fluorescent, typically with green fluorescent protein. Fluoroborate. A salt or ester of fluoroboric acid. Fluoroborates. Plural of fluoroborate. Fluoroboric. Of or pertaining to fluoroboric acid. Fluoroboric acid. The acid HBF4 that is used as a catalyst in organic chemistry. Fluoroboroaluminous silicate. Any mixed fluoride, boride, and aluminous silicate. Fluorocanaloate. a monoclinic prismatic greenish-gray mineral containing aluminum, calcium, fluorine, magnesium, oxygen, and silicon. Fluorocarbon, any derivative of a hydrocarbon in which every hydrogen atom has been replaced by fluorine. Fluorocarbonate, a substance containing both fluoride and carbonate ions. Fluorocarbonates, plural of fluorocarbonate. Fluorocarbons, plural of fluorocarbon. Fluorochalcone, any fluoroderivative of chalcone. Fluorochalcones, plural of fluorochalcone. Fluorochemical, any chemical compound, especially an organic compound containing fluorine. Fluorochemically, by the use of fluorochemicals. Fluorochemicals, plural of fluorochemical. Fluorochinolone, alternative form of fluoroquinolone. Fluorochinolones, plural of fluorochinolone. Fluorochloride, any mixed fluoride and chloride. Fluorochlorides, plural of fluorochloride. Fluorochlorohydrocarbon, any compound formally derived from a hydrocarbon by replacing some hydrogen atoms with fluorine and some with chlorine, at least one being retained. Fluorochlorohydrocarbons, plural of fluorochlorohydrocarbon. Fluorochlorosilane, a silane substituted with both chlorine and fluorine. Fluorochlorosilanes, plural of fluorochlorosilane. Fluorochromate, Fluorochromate, plural of fluorochromate. Fluorochromatic, relating to fluorochrome. Fluorochrome, any of various fluorescent dyes used to stain biological material before microscopic examination. Fluorochrome, treated with fluorochrome. Fluorochrome, plural of fluorochrome. Fluorochromic, relating to a fluorochrome. Fluorocetrate, a fluoroderivative of citrate that is a metabolite of fluorocetate and is responsible for fluorocetate poisoning. Fluorocetrates, plural of fluorocitrate. Fluorocode, DNA sequence code visualized by means of fluorescent probes. Fluorocodes, plural of fluorocode. Fluorocalmarin, any fluoroderivative of a calmarin. Fluorocalmarins, plural of fluorocalmarin. Fluorocytometer, a cytometer used in fluorocytometry. Fluorocytometers, plural of fluorocytometer. Fluorocytometric, relating to fluorocytometry. Fluorocytometry, fluorescence cytometry. Fluorocytosine, a cytosine wherein at least one hydrogen has been replaced by a fluorine atom. Fluorocytosines, plural of fluorocytosine. Fluoronitration, any reaction that replaces a nitro group with a fluorine atom. Fluoronitrations, plural of fluoronitration. Fluorodoxyglucose, a fluorine analog of glucose that is used in positron emission tomography. Fluorodoxyuridine, a fluorinated derivative of deoxyuridine. Fluoroderivative, a derivative compound obtained by reaction with fluorine. Fluoroderivatives, plural of fluoroderivative. Fluorosulfurization, any reaction that replaces a sulfur atom or group with a fluorine atom. Fluorosulfurizations, plural of fluorosulfurization. Fluorotactor, a fluorescence detector. Fluorotactors, plural of fluorotactor. Fluorodiphen, a particular herbicide. Fluoridisaccharide, any fluoroderivative of a disaccharide. Fluoridisaccharides. Plural of fluoridisacchari. Fluoridish. A form of Petri dish designed to be used with a microscope. Fluoridaceous. Plural of fluoridish. Fluorotopa. A fluorinated form of L-dopa primarily synthesized as its fluorine-18 isotopolog for use as a radio tracer in positron emission tomography. Fluoroelastomer. Any of a range of partially fluorinated polymers or copolymers that are chemically and thermally stable elastomers. Fluoroelastomers. Plural of fluoroelastomer. Fluoromerol. A form of dextrin impregnated with fluorescein. Fluorenzyme. A fluorescence enzyme used in any of various diagnostic tests. Fluorenzymes. Plural of fluorenzyme. Fluorostradiol. A radioactive diagnostic agent, an analog of estrogen used to detect estrogen receptor positive breast cancer lesions. Fluorothane. Any fluoroderivative of ethane, but especially 1-fluorothane. Fluorothanes. Plural of fluorothane. Fluorothoxymethyl. Any fluoroderivative of an ethoxymethyl radical. Fluorophile. Any fluoroderivative of an ethyl radical. Fluorotholene. Vinyl fluoride. Fluorophylline. The fluoroderivative benzamide and diaminophosphonyl 4-fluorobenzenamide. Fluorophneton. The fluoroderivative of pyridone 1,3-fluorophenyl 5-methyl 2,1-H-pyridone that is an anti-inflammatory agent. Fluorofiber. Any of a range of fibers made from polymers such as PTFE. Fluorofibers. Plural of fluorofiber. To treat tuberculosis, whooping cough, etc. Fluoridan. A non-fluorescent small compound which become fluorescent only when complexed to a fluorogen activating protein. Fluorogenic. That generates fluorescence. Fluorogenicity. The condition of being fluorogenic. Fluoridins. Plural of fluorogen. Fluoroglucinol. Misspelling of fluoroglucinol. Fluoroglucose. Synonym of fluorodoxyglucose. Fluoroglutamate. Any fluoroderivative of a glutamate ion or salt. Fluoroglutamates. Plural of fluoroglutamate. Fluorogo. Hydroxystilbamidine. Fluorogram. An image produced by fluorography. Fluorograms. Plural of fluorogram. Fluorograph. An image produced by means of fluorography. Fluorographene. A fluorinated derivative of graphene produced by exposing both sides of a sheet of graphene to atomic fluorine. Fluorographenes. Plural of fluorographene. Fluorographic. Relating to fluorography. Fluorographically. In a fluorographic manner. Fluorographies. Plural of fluorography. Fluorographs. Plural of fluorograph. Fluorography. Photofluorography. Fluorohectorite. A clay mineral that is a mixed silicate oxide fluoride of lithium and magnesium. Fluorohectorites. Plural of fluorohectorite. Fluorohydride. And compound formed by the addition of the elements of hydrogen fluoride. Fluorohydrides. Plural of fluorohydride. Fluorohydrin. Any halohydrin in which the halogen is fluorine. Fluorohydrins. Plural of fluorohydrin. Fluorohydroxyapatite. Alternative form of fluorohydroxyapatite. Fluoride. A tetrahexahedron. Fluorides. Plural of fluoride. Fluoroimage. An image obtained by fluoroscopy. Fluoroimages. Plural of fluoroimage. Fluoroimaging. Alternative form of fluoroimaging. Fluoramide. A particular fungicide. Fluorometagen. The binary compound NF of nitrogen and fluorine that is isoelectronic with molecular oxygen. Fluoroimmunoassay. A very sensitive form of immunoassay that uses fluorescence spectrometry. Fluoroimmunoassays. Plural of fluoroimmunoassay. Fluoroimmunohistochemistry. Fluorescence immunohistochemistry. Fluoroimmunometric. Relating to fluoromanometry. Fluoromanometry. A method for testing allergies by measuring fluorescently labeled antibodies for detection of antigens in the cells of a patient. Fluoroimmunoprecipitation. Fluoroimmunometric immunoprecipitation. Fluoroimmunosensor. An immunosensor that employs fluorescence. Fluoroimmunosensors. Plural of fluoroimmunosensor. Fluoroiodome. A halomethane containing both fluorine and iodine, which is the chemical formula CH2. Fluoroionophore. Any fluorescent ionophore. Fluoroionophores. Plural of fluoroionophore. Fluorizine. Fluorizine. Isazine. Fluoroctali. Any fluoroderivative of a catalyte, some of which are antibiotics. Fluoroctalides. Plural of fluoroctali. Fluoroctone. A type of organic compound in which two fully fluorinated alkyl groups are attached to a carbonyl group. Fluoroctones. Plural of fluoroctone. Fluorolabel. Labeled with a radiofluorine isotope. Fluorolabel. Alternative form of fluorolabel. Fluorolintane. A dissociative anesthetic drug of the diarylphylamine class. Fluoromarker. A fluorescent marker. Fluoromarkers. Plural of fluoromarker. Fluoromtalate. Any metalate containing fluorine as a ligand. Fluorometer. An instrument used to detect and measure fluorescence. Fluorometers. Plural of fluorometer. Fluoromethane. Any fluorinated derivative of methane, but especially the monosubstituted compound CH3F-methylfluoride that is used in the manufacture of semiconductors. Fluoromthanes. Plural of fluoromthane. Fluoromthalon. A corticosteroid, most often used after laser-based refractive surgery. Fluoromthiol. The univalent medical CH2F. Fluorometric. Of. Pertaining to or measured using fluorometry. Fluorometrical. Alternative form of fluorometric. Fluorometrically. In terms of or by means of fluorometry. Fluorometries. Plural of fluorometry. Fluorometry. An analytical technique that uses fluorescence to detect and identify small samples of substances. Fluoromalonate. A fluorine derivative of mevalonate that works as a cholesterol inhibitor. Fluoromica. A synthetic form of mica that contains fluoride ions used as nanoparticles in combination with plastics. Fluoromicas. Plural of fluoromica. Fluoromicrograph. a fluorograph taken with the aid of a microscope. Fluoromicrograph, plural of fluoromicrograph. Fluoromicroscope, a microscope used in fluoromicroscopy. Fluoromicroscopes, plural of fluoromicroscope. Fluoromicroscopic, relating to fluorescence microscopy or by means of a fluoromicroscope. Fluoromicroscopy, fluorescence microscopy. Fluoromesonidazole, a radiosensitizer that is a radiofluorine derivative of mesenidazole. Fluoromycobacteriophage, a fluorescent mycobacteriophage engineered to contain the gene encoding enhanced green fluorescent protein. Fluoromycobacteriophages, misspelling of fluoromycobacteriophage. Fluoronanotube, a fluorinated nanotube. Fluoronanotubes, plural of fluoronanotube. Fluorone, a tricyclic heterocyclic ketone that is the basis of a class of synthetic dyestuffs. Fluorones, plural of fluorone. Fluoronium, the univalent H2F plus cation derived from fluorine. Fluoronium ion, any halonium ion in which the halogen is fluorine. Fluoronium ions, plural of fluoronium ion. Fluoronucleotide, any nucleotide containing a fluorinated base, typically fluoroacyl. Fluoronucleotides, plural of fluoronucleotide. Fluoroerotic, relating to fluorotic acid and its derivatives. Fluorotic acid, the compound 5-fluoroacyl 4-carboxylic acid that is used in genetic screening. Fluoropeptide, any peptide modified by the addition of a fluorocarbon group. Fluoropeptides, plural of fluoropeptide. Fluoroperovskite, any of a group of minerals of general formula MmF3 where M and M are manganese, barium or any alkali metal. Fluoroperovskites, plural of fluoroperovskite. Fluorophage, a fluorescent phage. Fluorophages, plural of fluorophage. Fluorophane, a fluorinated analog of phenazocine. Fluorophenol, any fluoroderivative of a phenol. Fluorophenols, plural of fluorophenol. Fluorophenyl, any fluoroderivative of a phenyl radical. Fluorophenylalanine, any of several isomeric fluoroderivatives of phenylalanine used to inhibit bacteriophage replication. Fluorophenylalanines, plural of fluorophenylalanine. Fluorophenyls, plural of fluorophenyl. Fluorophilic, having a chemical affinity for fluorocarbons. Fluoroflogopite, a fluorine-rich variety of flogopite. Fluoroflogopites, plural of fluoroflogopite. Fluorophobic, describing the effect of perluminated species on the geometry of the action pubs. Fluorophore, alternative form of fluorophore. Fluorophore, a molecule or functional group which is capable of fluorescence. Fluorophores, plural of fluorophore. Fluorophore, relating to a fluorophore. Fluorophores, plural of fluorophore. Fluorophosphonate, misspelling of fluorophosphonate. Fluorophosphate, the anion PO3F2 formed by replacing one hydroxyl of a phosphate anion with a fluorine atom, any salt containing such an anion. Fluorophosphates, plural of fluorophosphate. Fluorophosphonate, any derivative of a phosphonate in which the hydroxyl group is replaced by fluoride. Fluorophosphonates, plural of fluorophosphonate. Fluorophotometer, A photometer used in fluorophotometry. Fluorophotometers, plural of fluorophotometer. Fluorophotometric, relating to fluorophotometry. Fluorophotometry, diagnostic measurement of the fluorescence in the interior of the eye following intravenous injection of fluorescein. Fluoropicolinamide, any fluoroderivative of picolinamide. Fluoropicolinamides, plural of fluoropicolinamide. Fluoroplastic, any plastic formerly derived from another by replacing some or all hydrogen atoms of a hydrocarbon chain by atoms of fluorine. Fluoroplastics, plural of fluoroplastic. Fluoropolarimetric, relating to fluoropolarimetry. Fluoropolarimetry, polarimetry of a system modified by addition of a fluorescent material. Fluoropolymer, any of many chemically and thermally stable polymers that are fluorine derivatives. Fluoropolymers, plural of fluoropolymer. Fluoroprobe, any of various probes used to measure fluorescence. Fluoroprobes, plural of fluoroprobe. Fluoroproline, any of several isomeric fluoroderivatives of proline, but especially for fluoroproline that is used to replace natural proline in peptides and proteins to alter their stability, conformation, and folding. Fluoroprolines, plural of fluoroproline. Fluoroprophylaxis, dental prophylaxis by means of fluoride. Fluoroprotein, a firefighting foam containing fluorinated surfactants and protein designed to cover the surface of hydrocarbon fuels. Fluoroproteins, plural of fluoroprotein. Fluoroptic, describing a thermometer that measures the fluorescence decay time of a specialized phosphor on a fiber optic cable. Fluoropyridine, any fluoroderivative of pyridine. Fluoropyridines, plural of fluoropyridine. Fluoropyrimidine, any of many fluorine substitution products of pyrimidine or its derivatives, especially such antimetabolites used to treat cancer. Fluoropyrimidines, plural of fluoropyrimidine. Fluoropyrrole, any fluoroderivative of a pyrrole. Fluoropyrroles, plural of fluoropyrrole. Fluoroquinoline, any fluorinated quinoline. Fluoroquinolines, plural of fluoroquinoline. Fluoroquinolone, any of a class of antibiotics. Fluoroderivatives of quinolone derived from nalidixic acid. Fluoroquinolones, plural of fluoroquinolone. Fluoroquinone, any fluoroderivative of a quinone. Fluoroquinones, plural of fluoroquinone. Fluororadiography, synonym of fluorography, photofluorography. Fluororrhaphy, a fluorescent rhodamine conjugated dextrin used as a marker to detect damaged axons. Fluorose, plural of fluoro. Fluoroscan, a fluoroscopic scan. Fluoroscans, plural of fluoroscan. Fluoroscope, a device used to measure the fluorescence of a solution. Fluoroscope, simple past and past participle of fluoroscope. Fluoroscopes, plural of fluoroscope. Fluoroscopic, of, pertaining to, or using a fluoroscope. Fluoroscopically, by means of fluoroscopy. Fluoroscopies, plural of fluoroscopy. Fluoroscoping, present participle and gerund of fluoroscope. Fluoroscopist, one who carries out fluoroscopy. Fluoroscopists, plural of fluoroscopists. Fluoroscopy, examination using a fluoroscope. Fluorose, affected by fluorosis. Fluorosensor, a device that senses/detects fluorescence. Fluorosensors, plural of fluorosensor. Fluorosequence, a sequence of fluorophore-labeled amino acids in a protein. Fluorosequenced, simple past and past participle of fluorosequence. Fluorosequences, plural of fluorosequence. Fluorosequencing, present participle and gerund of fluorosequence. Fluoroses, plural of fluorosis. Fluorosilane, the competency 8AFOCH2F2SC. Fluorosilanes, plural of fluorosilane. Fluorosilanize, to react with a fluorosilane. Fluorosilanize, simple past and past participle of fluorosilanize. Fluorosilazole, any fluoroderivative of a silazole. Fluorosilazoles, plural of fluorosilazole. Fluorosilicate, a salt or ester of fluorosilicic acid. Fluorosilicates, plural of fluorosilicate. Fluorosilicic, relating to fluorosilicic acid and its derivatives. Fluorosilicic acid, the acid H2CF6 that is used in water fluoridation. Fluorosilicone, a silicone containing fluorocarbon side chains. Fluorosilicones, plural of fluorosilicone. Fluorosis, any adverse condition due to an excess of fluoride. Fluorospectrometer,